Morning, everyone. Mr. Blake.
Good morning from Mrs. Storey.
Yeah.
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly,
declare and affirm
the evidence I shall give
shall be the whole truth
the whole truth
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Before I start it.
Thank you very much. Can you give your full name, please?
Susannah.
Mrs. Storey, you should have in front of you a witness statement dated the...
Yes.
Yes. Could I ask you to turn to the final substantive page? That's page 102. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
That is my signature.
Thank you. And is that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is all changes I wanted to make.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we could bring the statement onto screen. That's WITN 00920100.
Can everyone hear? Because I'm actually slightly struggling. Whether it's just the system working properly? Fine. It's just
Storey,
me, obviously.
Perhaps if you could sit slightly further forward, it may assist.
It's not just you.
Right. Good.
Let me know if is that better?
It is,
okay.
yeah.
Maybe I was a bit too far away.
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies.
So there are a few changes you'd like to make. Could we start with the first? Which paragraph?
Paragraph 21.
21 is page 10.
Page 10, yeah. In the sentence, I do not recall any significant concerns, which is about halfway down that paragraph. Yeah. 2 lines down, it says, my tenure as director. I would like to insert RMPS before direct to make clear that I wasn't a director of the Post Office at that time. That was a title in my civil service role.
Thank you very much.
The next one is paragraph 110. Page 49. In the first, I would like to delete single issue.
Thank you.
And then over the page in paragraph 111, I'd like to insert substantial after the only, so that it would read the only substantial item of business.
Thank you very much.
And sorry, lastly, 201, I realised was missing a word.
That's page 90.
Page 90, yeah. In the final sentence of the paragraph, it says, I obtained significant relating. I think it needs to read, I obtained significant information relating.
Thank you. Subject to those changes, is the statement true to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Thank you very much. That witness statement will be uploaded on course. That can come down now. Thank you. Mrs. Storey, you're currently Permanent Secretary of the Department for Culture, Media and Sport. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were banker between 1995 and 2006.
That's right.
Today's purpose, you worked at Shex between 2006 and 2013, initially on a secondment. Is that
That's correct.
2011 and March 2012, you were director of Shex's and Postal Services team.
Yes.
And I think that's the correction you just made to that paragraph. And you were then the first shareholder non-executive Post Office between April 2012 and March 2014. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was upon separation from Royal Mail Group.
Yes.
Can you assist us with how you were selected for that role as non-executive director?
So the Shareholder Executive looked after a number of different government-owned entities, and in some instances, a board member from the relevant team. I was most recently, as you were just saying, from March 2011, the director of the Royal Mail and Postal Services team. And once the government decided it wanted to have a representative on the board of the Post Office on separation, it was the working assumption, I think, that as the director, that would be me. I've set out in my statement some of the further background in case helpful. So I obviously knew services space well, having worked for a number of years as a civil servant. And I'd also had experience working boards when I was an investment banker.
Did you have any prior experience of
No, I hadn't been on a board before.
with any training before you took up the post specific to that role of non-executive director?
No.
I want to ask you about your location and also the support that was during your time as non-executive director. You became a non-executive director when on maternity leave, which was between March 2012 and March 2013. When you came back, you were based at the Department for Change. At that time, an entirely separate department. Is that correct?
That's correct. So when... could I give a couple of minutes of context?
Absolutely.
If that's during 2011, the government had a hugely ambitious agenda, which included the separation, the Postal Services Act to enable all of that. We were trying to help stabilise the pension scheme, change the regulation, and so on. And so the course of that process, as I was just saying, it became clear that we wanted a shareholder representative that year. And by the time I started on the board, which was 2012, I had started my maternity leave, which began on the 14th of March 2012. When you go on maternity leave, you don't generally know how long you're going to go for. And my expectation at that time was that I would have come back to the shareholder. But during the course of the year, I ended up getting a different climate change. So I just want to be clear for the record, I don't think it was envisaged in 2012 that this was exactly how, in the end, it was how it played out.
Absolutely. And throughout that period, so from really the beginning, you weren't physically present at what we know as SHECs, is that?
Last day in the office was the 14th of March 2012. Sitting at desks with those people, I was never in that team again. And as I've said in my I also was required by the department to hand back all of my IT stuff, which is why in a lot of the disclosed documents you'll see me using a personal email address.
Thank you. And the role itself wasn't a paid role or set, is that correct?
No, I received no remuneration for being the shareholder representative board member, although, of course, I was getting a salary, and during maternity leave, you're paid for some months. And then when I was at the Department of Energy and Climate Change from March, I was being paid a salary by them to do that job. So in a sense, as a civil servant, I was getting remuneration. There was no additional remuneration, nor would I have.
When you were at the Department for Energy and Climate Change, you were managing an entirely different portfolio.
That's right. I was strategy director there, thinking about the Climate Change Act and all of the things we needed to do to decarbonise the country.
Were those logistical issues discussed with you before you took on the position?
Not particularly. I mean, I think, as I was saying, the sort of set of things we were doing through 2011 to March 2012, I mean, in the course of my career, one of the single most complex set of transactions that I've ever done, and I had transactions, so the critical path to March 2012 was highly complex. We were getting into the weeds of my personal logistics at that time.
Not just personal logistics, but in fact actually physical location and relationship with the shareholder executive team, for example.
The shareholder executive team we did discuss, because obviously before I joined the board, I was getting up to speed on aspects of the post office with the post office team within the shareholder team. So we absolutely discussed that, physical logistics.
In terms of the role of non-executive director, it has been described by some witnesses as having a dual function, being exercising governance over the assets, so the normal non-executive director role, but also communicating the day-to-day government perspective. I think that's how Patrick O'Sullivan has described it. Is that a description that you would agree with?
it as an asset. My view of the non-director role is as set out in the Companies Act 2006. As a share representative, I had some additional things I needed to do which the others didn't need to do. I thought about it.
And was that additional role communicating the day-to-day government perspective, or some other witnesses have said that it involved his perspective to government, so the other way around? Which, if either of those, did you see it as?
My view was that in his letter to the chairman in January 2012 had set out very clearly what his views were on separation. I thought it was my role to make sure, on top of the ordinary non-executive director responsibilities, whenever the appropriate moment arose at the board table, I could help make sure those things, my real priority when I went onto that board, to really focus on areas like the financial stability, the mutualisation, the pension separation company, because, as I think many people have said, at the time that was far from certain.
So you have the government, the letter from the Secretary of State that sets out an annual objective.
The letter to the chairman.
The letter to the chairman.
Yeah.
Outside of pursuing that, did you involving liaison with the civil service, with checks, with
Absolutely. I saw my role at the board table in the way I've just described, and perhaps we'll come on to it, but I was always clear which hat I was wearing in terms of being the shareholder representative or the Post Office non-executive director. But in addition, there'd been quite a complicated history with these companies with the government, and I think there was a strong sense that we wanted a reset at separate. So part of what I was there for was to get in that room and understand what they were actually doing. We'd found it very difficult to get information from them before. And so, as you'll see from many of the disclosed documents, a lot of the time I was then, before and after board meetings, liaising with the shareholder team to say, well, this is my take on what happened, what's your sense of where things are. So it was a really, really strong two-through.
Paragraph 50 of your witness statement, you say, I was also conscious of the fact that my position as a newly appointed shareholder, NED, was a novel one, and there was some uncertainty as to the nature and extent of my remit at the outset. Can you assist us with what you mean by that?
I said there hadn't been a shareholder non-executive director board of either of these companies. And from April 2012, when they were set, we had two sister companies, the Royal Mail Group and the Post Office. One had a shareholder representative and one didn't. There was no blueprint for that. These companies had never had a shareholder representative before. So what I was trying to do was kind of get my foot in the door, but also critically, really critically, build trust with that board of directors. Relatively new at the non-executive level. I didn't know any of them. I felt they didn't trust me. So part of what I was doing at that May 2012, explaining my role as a shareholder non-executive director.
So we'll get to the May board meeting, but I'm going to take you back in time. And the first document I'd like to take, and that is UKGI, I think it's 6062. This is a ministerial submission from Mike Whitehead. It's before your time. Was Mike Whitehead somebody who you worked with?
Yes, the shareholder post office team for a long time.
Thank you. And the purpose is set out there. It's a meeting with Alan Bates on Thursday, the 7th of October. At his request, discussed the Justice for Sub-Postmasters claims that endemic flaws in the Post Office Horizon system have resulted in a number of sub-postmasters having their contracts wrongly terminated by the Post Office and in many cases prosecuted for false accounting. Was matters that you were aware of when you became non-executive director, or prior to becoming non-executive director?
So in October 2010, I was in the Royal Mail team, and I wasn't doing anything to do with Post Office. I would have known about this at that time. By the time I began in April 2012, I did have a kind of background awareness, I would call it, and I had been, for example, copied in 2011 on the document in relation to the BBC's Inside Out programme. But I don't recall, if you had asked me in April 2012, what are the top 10 issues on your mind? Unfortunately, I don't think this would have been one of them at the time.
But broadly raised by the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance.
Not in October 2010, I don't recall
No.
that, but yes,
By April
broadly
2012.
speaking. I'm not sure if I at the time thought of it as Sir Alan Bates and the JFSA per se. I think I would have had a general awareness.
Thank you. Could we turn now to UKGI 3048174? This is by UKGI. It's a looking back exercise. And I'm just going to read to you a few passages. The purpose is described there at 1.1. It says, the purpose of this document, a preliminary view of the key facts relating to the involvement of the Shareholder Executive and UK Government Investments Limited in matters relating to the Post Office's Horizon IT system, the events leading to the commencement of the sub-postmasters litigation, which team. And there's a passage, it's at page 7, that addresses paragraph 2.16, page 7. It describes it as follows. It says, in April 21st, shareholder non-executive director, Susannah Storey, was appointed to the, and in contrast to the position today, was not on the audit and risk or remuneration committees. Is that right?
That's incorrect.
Because I think you were actually on the audit and risk committee initially.
I was. I never had seen this document until weeks ago.
Yes. It then says, unlike the subsequent shareholder non-executives from 2014, Susannah was by design not part of the shareholder team. Can you assist us with that? Is that correct, that there was an intentional design that you weren't part of the shareholder team?
I'm not sure I would phrase it like that, but I assume it's getting at the point that you were making earlier, that structurally I was separate, initially because I was on maternity, because I was undertaking the role from a different department. And when I went on the board from April 2012, the whole shareholder team was backfilled by Roger Lowe, and the team beneath were there. So in bonus person on that board, the team existed as a whole without me. Since I think of what this is saying, I would agree with. I don't particularly recall it being deliberately designed that way.
So the suggestion here is not that it was anything personal to you and your circumstances, but in fact, they intentionally wanted somebody who wasn't part of the shareholder team. At the time of the appointment in 2012, the shareholder team was in the process of negotiating the Post Office. And we understand that there was, therefore, resistance from the Post Office to having a member of the shareholder team also sitting on the Post Office board, where the Post Office's appropriations would be discussed. This meant the shareholder non-executive director, while ex and performing a key role in terms of bringing government experience board, was purposely detached from the shareholder team. This being the fact that board papers received by the shareholder non-executive director were not shared with the shareholder team. We'll come on to look at what was and wasn't shared, but from this document, and you can assist us whether that's right or wrong, seems to suggest that, in fact, the very role was designed so that it was separate from those people who were, for example, carrying out funding negotiations.
There was a real nervousness on the part of the company and the chair, which I think you're saying we're going to come on to, about having a shareholder non-executive director, and the kind of concern area in particular was the funding, because whilst the government £1 billion in 2010 plus the debt agreement, at the time I arrived on the board, the Post Office was trying to agree a new funding agreement with the shareholder. So that certainly is true, that there was concern about that, and the concern was, to my recollection, one of the reasons why I didn't share the board papers. So I think paragraph 2.16 here is broadly, of course, when it concerns you, you often want to make fine detailed changes.
Who did the shareholder team report to within the department?
Within the department, the shareholder team was led at director, so after I'd gone on, he reported into Mark Russell, the Director General, Stephen Lovegrave actually in 2012, and then Mark Russell. And they reported, that role reported into the Permanent Secretary. of the department for what's now the Department for Business. It's had a number of...
How about yourself?
I reported into the, so Stephen Lovegrove and then Mark Russell. Into this role, obviously when I was at the Energy and Climate Change Department, I had a separate line for my day.
2 lines of reporting.
Absolutely.
Could I take you to paragraph 50? Perhaps we could bring it up onto screen. It's WITN 00100. It's paragraph 54. Just while we wait for that to come up, did the reporting lines change when Richard Callard was Executive Director?
Richard Callard was, my recollection is, obviously I went in the team, but my recollection is that Richard replaced Will Gibson, so he would have been reporting into Anthony Odgers, who was then the director of Royal Mail and Postal Services team, then into Mark Russell, because that was later in 2013.
Thank you. As I was not part of the shareholder team directly and was not involved in the day-to-day interaction between shareholder team and ministers in this period, I did not routinely take part in the drafting of submissions to ministers on post office related issues or their sign-off, nor did I real statements or answers to parliamentary questions. We will see here a number of ministerial submissions. Am I right in saying that they weren't shared with you?
I wasn't on the IT system. Had I been on the IT system, I'm sure I would have been CC'd on a lot of things. But because I was separate outside the building, I didn't routinely see any of these interactions with ministers, nor was I part of them.
So in your view, it was intended that you would see them, but as it happened, due to the technical issues and your location, etc.
No, I wouldn't put it like that. I think once we're taking this role on maternity leave, then I was in a separate system, as it were, and my role was backfilled. So that was the team, the shareholder executive advising ministers, and I was in a separate swim lane, if we could put it like that.
I want to move on to your initial period as non-executive director. And could we please turn to 944? This is a letter that you didn't see at the time. Again, this is going back in time to August 2011, but it may assist in matters that we will be shortly turning to. This is one of the letters from Shoesmiths on behalf of Julian Wilson that was sent to the post office. If we scroll down, see the way that his claim has been described, about halfway down that large paragraph, it says, however, like other sub-postmasters, he found the Horizon system extremely difficult in operation. He had no effective way of monitoring or correcting transactions that were inputted incorrectly. He observed regular discrepancies in the reports, which he considered were caused by the system itself. He kept records of the discrepancies. He noted a number of occasions when the extent of discrepancies would actually change when the store was closed. It follows on to refer to remote access. If we scroll over the page, we see there that they say that it is at C that the post office had grounds to prosecute Mr. Wilson, and it goes on to describe various breaches of obligations. If we scroll over the page, please. The letter explains, over the page again, so there, the Horizon system suffers with inherent defects and or an unfair system of operation, and it goes on to set that out. I'm drawing that to your attention because we'll move on shortly to the way that the Shoesmiths litigation was brought to the attention of the board. Can we board meeting? And that is poll 0002156. Thank you. So your first board meeting was April of 2012. Well, listed at that time, there were only 2 non-executive directors. Is that correct?
That's not correct. There was also Neil McCausland, who'd already joined, but Virginia and I were, in effect, getting appointed at roughly the same time. So by then you had 3 non-executive directors and a non-executive chairman.
Thank you very much. If we scroll down, we can see there at POLB 12/44, the chairman welcomed Virginia Holmes and yourself to the board. Scroll over the page, please. To page 4, halfway down page 4. It there notes your appointment, slightly up, sorry. Thank you very much. And then over the page, we can see a number of noting papers. And one of them is the significant litigation report.
Yeah.
Does anything stand out for you in terms of this initial meeting? I mean, it looks from the papers to be relatively brief, quite straightforward, or was it complicated?
Got quite clear memories of this meeting because it was my first one. So obviously in the post office offices, it was the Federation, which was a fairly significant moment in the company's history. In terms of the board itself, no, I think it was orderly. Obviously, I was both trying to contribute but also trying to navigate the environment. I wanted to see how Alice chaired it. I'd never met these other non-executive directors before, wanted to see how the executive performed. So, no, to my recollection was fairly orderly.
And let's have a look at that significant litigation report. That can be found at UKGI 30182251. This is the first significant litigation report that you will have received. There's a section there for claims over £500,000 or those of a sensitive nature. And it's here that it addresses the Chief Post Office has received notification of a total of 5 claims from former sub-postmasters. Each alleges wrongful termination of contract based on A, alleged defects in Post Office's processes, and B, alleged defects with Horizon. Each are seeking damages in the sum of circa £150,000. 4 of the 5 claims remain at the pre-action stage. A 5th has been struck out. And it says Shoesmith started on a further 85 cases which are likely to raise similar legal issues. Now, we saw that that was a noting paper. Was there any discussion whatsoever about that at that stage?
I don't recall any discussion meeting, and just if it's helpful to give colour, board papers in those days were hard copy, so we would have a lever arch file with all of them in, and they followed the chronological. And these noting papers were right at the back. We obviously would have read them all before, but to my memory at this meeting, this paper was in amongst some others around health and safety at work, those kinds of issues. I don't recall it being discussed.
And having noted that it was at the back, are we to understand that it was quite low down the list of priorities?
I think noting papers by their name after the papers that are for discussion.
And being at the back, and read into that, or is that just how it occurred?
I mean, I didn't mean it like that per se. I think the chairman and the company of the papers, I'm simply saying that was how I received it.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 3021?
Before we do, Mr. Can you just, is that it, one page, or can I just see the whole document?
Absolutely. If we scroll over the page, it is redacted, and if we scroll over, we can see there's nothing. If we turn to poll 3021507, this is a 23rd of May 2012 board meeting. By now, Alistair Marr is present. And I know that you said that the earlier meeting he had already been appointed, or...
I was referring to Neil McCausland.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah, who joined, I think in Q4 2011, alongside Amat, because he's down as Senior Independent Director, but obviously he's a non-executive director.
Another non-executive director, Alistair Marnock. And if we scroll down, we can see the chairman welcomed Alistair Marnock to the board as non-executive director and the chairman of the Audit, Risk and Compliance Subcommittee. could we please turn to page 4? And I think this is the section that you referred to earlier about concerns about the role of the SHEC's non-executive director. It says there, Susannah Storey outlined the reasons for representation of SHECs on the board of the Post Office. She confirmed representatives would have exactly the same legal responsibilities as other directors, and like all members of the board, would be acting to promote the success of the Post Office. She clarified that she would not be sharing with her colleagues in SHECs. Whose decision was that, not to share board papers? Was that yours or somebody else's?
I covered this in I tried to be as fulsome there as I could recollect. The documents helped me with exactly when this was discussed and how it was decided, but my sort of reflection now, I guess, is that nervousness of the chairman about having a shareholder representative at all, the conflict of interest around the funding review, I would have been mindful of that. And I think I was, and again, I'm overlaying this now, I can't recall exactly how it happened, but I think I would have been very keen to ensure that we didn't end up with a sort of two-tier board. So because they were so nervous about documents and interfaces with the shareholder, the worst of all worlds for this new April 2012 moment would have been if the board had sort of had two rooms, one where they discussed all the contentious things, and then a very vanilla board that I was in. Papers could be shared. So I think it must have been an agreement between Alice and I that I wouldn't share. And I guess, in fact, in practical terms, I wasn't quite sure how I would share those hard copy papers at that time.
Thank you. You've said concerns from the chairman. Was it just Alice Perkins that had a concern about the role of the non-executive director representing SHECs, or were there others?
They're watching a meeting between Alice Perkins and Martin Donnelly, who was the permanent secretary at the Department for Business in the autumn of 2011, where she is reported to have set out her concerns. And in those papers, she says that one of the other non-executives wouldn't serve on a BIV. I knew that had been reported because there was a bit of a debate with the ministers and obviously Vince Cable in January 2012 to make clear that the government would require a shareholder representative. But I didn't know whether those concerns were more widely held or exactly who held them. I did discuss it with Alice. And actually, going forward in the chronology, there was still some serious concern that carried on for a long time. In May 2012, she proposes a separate funding conversation of a subcommittee of the board that I wouldn't be on, and I pushed back on that. In November 2012, she expressed discontent that I was talking to Will Gibson about what was happening at the board meeting. And I note that even when Richard Callard became the shareholder representative in 2014, the whole shareholder team, I understand, was required to leave those papers. So there was a deep-seated concern from this company about the shareholder and access to information.
You said she. Was it in particular the chairman, or was it more broadly?
Well, I think the reason I described it like that is because my conversations would have been with the chairman at the time and all the way through on this issue. I don't think it was only me, exactly who else. I don't have particular basis to say a list of people. I do know from my work with the Royal Mail before institutional concern about the shareholder on some matters.
It then says the board discussed possible conflicts. Susannah Storey believed that the areas of possible conflict should be easy to anticipate, funding being a good example. The chairman thanked Susannah Storey for the role of the director appointed to represent SHECs and asked members of the board to flag up any concerns either at the time of the meeting or to her separately if they were more comfortable. Could we now turn to the bottom of page 7 and into page... I think this is the first mention in the substantive board minutes at the bottom of this page, of matters relating to the Horizon issues as we know them. and it's a section there under any other business, and it says Paula Venables and the chairman updated the board on he and Oliver Letwin MP, taking them through their constituency cases which they believed had challenged the integrity of the Horizon system. The meeting had been a success, and James Arbuthnot had now agreed to facilitate another meeting with the other MPs who also had cases, had also agreed to use a forensic accountant to investigate the system to those concerned about these cases. Is it a matter of discussion, do you recall?
Very difficult to separate out hindsight and all the documents that I've now read and, you know, all of the awful things that have happened when I look back at this. But I do reflect this, even though it was under any other business. It was quite unusual for, well, it was only the second board, so, but it was, I guess, interesting that the chairman and Paula were updating us together. I would have noted it. I can't recall all of the ins and outs of what were debated.
And what do you mean by interesting?
Interesting in relation to the chairman and the chief executive?
Yeah.
Well, papers were presented by executive directors or members of the executive team, and in this instance, it is both the chairman who had met these two MPs were proposing the forensic accountant brought in to investigate the system.
Is it something that you would have expected produced beforehand, or is it appropriate in your view to have been raised under any other business?
Well, clearly now I would have a very strong preference for a whole set. I think at the time, as my second board meeting, I was still navigating this company and this environment. I don't particularly at that time, but it obviously is, as we all know now, a very significant thing that they were telling us about. So best placed in any other business.
Could we please UKGI, I think it's 6065. This is another ministerial submission, new minister from Mr. Whitehead. And it says as follows: meeting with Alan Bates, so this is another, Sir Alan now, at his request to discuss the JFSA. Its members are victims of endemic flaws in post offices and system, which over the last 10 years or so have resulted in a number of sub-postmasters having their contracts wrongly terminated by the post office, with many also prosecuted for false accounting. And then it lists the attendees. We have Sir Alan Bates, and then we have Coomber Rich, Basingstoke-based solicitors who have defended a number of sub-postmasters who have been prosecuted by the post office in recent years. And this submission details the various background to the meeting. If we scroll down, we can see the penultimate paragraph, a further development of which we have become aware since this meeting was fixed, is that Shoesmiths, the solicitors acting for a number of JFSA ex-sub-postmaster members in current legal action against the Post Office, submitted written elect committee, purportedly in the context of network transformation, but which is wholly focused on Horizon and related contractual and training issues. It then says, follow Burr/Biz, ministers over an extended period, Alan Bates 10, and that was the letter that we saw. And it says this was in the context of we're planning to run a news item. JFSA has also mounted a substantial lobbying campaign with MPs, several of whom wrote on behalf of constituents. And then if we scroll over to page 7, we have the letter from Sir Alan Bates. Were you aware of these issues being raised within the department in which you were formerly based?
I wouldn't routinely have known about the whatever meeting Norman Lamb, whatever meetings he was doing, but it is possible it would have come up in my conversation before and after the May meeting. The reason why I say that also is because this submission references I think, the select committee that had
Yes.
happened in May 2012, which was also referenced in those board minutes, drew to our attention because Paula Venables had given evidence at that. So I wouldn't routinely have known, but I can't rule out the fact Will would have mentioned this to me.
We discussed earlier the issue of ministerial submission. See them. So you
No.
wouldn't have seen this particular document?
No. Sorry, I more meant would I have been aware that the Minister for Postal Services was meeting Sir Alan Bay. I certainly wouldn't have seen this submission.
So you had or meetings with, was it the head of the relevant team in Checks?
That's right.
Prior to board meetings, regularly, occasionally?
All of the above. Sort of reached out to him before and after board meetings. If there was anything ad hoc that occurred to him or occurred to me that we thought was relevant to the other, we would have absolutely passed it on. We had a very regular dialogue. And in a way, that's the corollary of the fact that I was out of the office. So it was to seek to ensure that what I understood to be happening at the board and what he understood to be going on in the government's mind about Post Office, we could, to the best extent possible, noting the structural obstacles, we could share that information.
Were there any formal channels set up or any formal processes set up for the sharing of information with you?
Do you mean formally from the government to me?
Exactly, both, either.
No, per se, in the way of saying, right, on a Monday, this will happen, but relations between us. So I didn't feel at the beginning that I wasn't clear about what was going on. I think it's fair to say that it was more difficult, not least because obviously I was less current nation, and obviously by this stage the Postal Services Minister was Norman Lamb. Then when it changed to Jo Swinson, I didn't know her and I hadn't worked with her.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 30211508, taking you to another board meeting, this time the 4th of July 2012. We can see that you were present at that meeting. If we turn, please, to page 6, we can see there reference to James Arbuthnot. And it says the chairman updated the board on the meeting taking place on the 4th of July between James Arbuthnot and Second Sight Forensic Accountants. She promised to keep them informed. Do you recall at this board meeting there being any significant discussion of that issue?
I recall this board meeting because it was at the Gatwick Mail Centre. We used to try and go to different places to do the board meeting. I don't this particularly. I note now, of course, that it was the chairman updating it.
And what's the significance of it being from the chairman?
It's the point I was making that if you look through the papers, the way it would normally work would be the chief executive. I would have, I think, been reassured that this was being taken seriously, and the chairman herself was engaging in the meetings with Mr. Arbuthnot.
If we turn, please, over the page, we can see that there's another significant litigation report being noted. And we can see again that significant litigation report at poll 30096747. Similar information to that first report, but now updated. I think it says a third-party fraud investigator is in consultation with various MPs to review where Horizon is alleged to have caused the losses. It is anticipated that no further court action will be taken pending the outcome investigation. And then there's one other matter noted on that significant litigation report. Am I to take it again that that was simply noted rather?
That's my recollection, yes.
Could we please turn to poll 002954998? Moving now to August of 2012. This is a Gibson who was the Checks Royal Mail Postal Services team lead. And there's a number of matters being discussed. And over the page, please, the bottom of page 2, there's a section on what's described as Arbuthnot activity. Arrange James Arbuthnot's office to refer through cases suggested by MPs for review to him, which would then be sent to second sight. It's not yet clear how many cases that it currently remains in single figures, although it may yet grow. Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Gibson either before or after this meeting?
I don't particularly recall exactly when I would have spoken to him regularly. If he had meetings with Paula, that might be the sort of thing he would update me on. And this, based on this note of the meeting, it obviously covers a wide range of areas. Not activity as described here is under the select committee heading, but I recall this. But I think it is interesting for me reading this now that Paula was giving presumably fairly regular updates to the...
Yes. But there was no formal structure for you, for example, to have a prior meeting with Mr. Gibson before he met with Ms. Fennells or afterwards?
No, not necessarily. I mean, the shareholder team would be meeting the post office team all the time, very, very regularly. Sometimes they'd be going to their offices, they'd be meeting on a whole range of things. So that in itself wouldn't have triggered a specific meeting. Manage my time was to meet him before or after boards, or before or after some committee or other meeting I was having with the post office. He would have been in a very regular interaction, I would have thought, with the post office.
And was it always verbal briefings between himself and yourself, or did they produce, for example, packs of information for you, updating you from time to time?
No, I don't remember any packs of information coming from them. I think it would always have been us speaking on the telephone or meeting to discuss. We did have some emails, but off a meeting.
Could we please turn to poll 0010? Moving on to the 19th of September. And could we please turn to page 90? This is a whole pack. A statement. It's the significant litigation report as at September 2012. So this is now separated out in Part A, which is civil claims, and Part B, which is on page 93, which is criminal cases. And it says criminal cases brought by Post Office Limited. First of all, it looks as though these reports are slightly more sophisticated than the earlier ones. Was that your recollection?
They were getting slightly longer and more detailed, yes.
And do you recall any discussion of that?
No, I don't recall a discussion. I mean, obviously by September 2012, the forensic accountants had been up on their work, so my assumption was that was the vehicle through which to really learn more about this.
Although Part B describes it as principal cases brought by Post Office Limited, I think you've said in your witness statement that you weren't aware that Post Office Limited was itself bringing prosecutions.
That's right. Layman's understanding, I suppose. I didn't fully appreciate until the July 2013 conversations exactly what the... my experience generally is companies do things sometimes with bespoke statutory obligations that enable them to do these kind of things. I didn't have any of this prosecution issue coming up when we were doing the Postal Services 2011 Act work. I didn't recall it particularly being an issue from the separation work because my team had led a lot of that. So no, at this stage, I didn't read it like that.
And again, am I right to say that this was simply a paper for noting?
Yes.
Looking at it now, a lack of curiosity at board level when it came to these significant litigation reports. The fact, for example, that they are just noting papers.
Looking at all of this now, and I've tried to be very reflective in my witness statement, I think there's lots of things that could have been done differently. And of course, you know, when you see these words on the page now, and absolutely, I wish they'd been the first item on the agenda. And I think once we had the second site interim report, every single board after that issues. But at this time, in the autumn of 2012, unfortunately...
If we draw the threads together from all of the documents that we're looking at this morning, we started with the Shoesmith's letter of claim relating to Horizon issues, mentioning prosecutions. We then have a significant litigation reports that refer to the Shoesmith's claim, although not in that level of detail, and refer to, for example, 85. You then now have a litigation report that, in fact, mentions criminal cases being brought by the Post Office. We have report Buthnot, and we saw a letter to the Minister that referred to the attendance of a solicitor who represented people in Post Office prosecutions. Why do you think it is that nobody at board level was drawing those various documents?
I think it is, by way of explanation, I think it is important to put yourselves in the shoes of us in April 2012 onwards. So the Shoesmith's letter of the autumn of 2011, presumably that came to somebody in the executive team of the Post Office. The board wasn't constituted then that I was on. We didn't see it. The meeting with Norman Lamb and Sir Alan Bates, the shareholder team would have seen it. And I think the board felt, speaking for myself, I felt that from May 2012, when we knew the second site work was happening, that was the kind of front line of this issue. I think when now, with everything we know, you can see these jigsaw pieces and wonder why you didn't see the picture on the front of the box. But at the time, from what we saw, we'd seen a set of information than even the documents.
Was it ever suggested to you that you should, for example, meet with Second Sight or meet with James Arbuthnot?
No, unfortunately not. And as I set out in my reflections to my things that I regret, Sir Alan Bates and James Arbuthnot were meeting really quite a few MPs. They were meeting our ministers, and they were meeting the chairman and the chief executive. We, the board, didn't meet because Alice Perkins and Paula Venables were giving us updates. We took some comfort from that.
So I think in your witness statement you've said that you received an unequivocal message that the executive had complete confidence in the accuracy, integrity and robustness of the Horizon system. Was that at this stage?
That was really all the way through. I mean, I mentioned in my statement that even attached to the Lines Inside Out programme in 2011, there was a kind of press notice or public comments from the Post Office, very unequivocal. My recollection of really all the conversations at this stage were robust system, nothing to see here, that kind of sentiment. Yes, absolutely.
And as the person on the board who had a link to the government or a link to the civil service, do you think that at that point in time you should have been probing more on those issues?
I suspect all of the Neds, and I certainly feel now, on reflection, of course, I wish that we had, from the beginning, done a series of things. And I did expect, and I've now seen documents to illustrate, that the shareholder team from 2010, when Ed Davey was asking, 2011, the Post Office on this issue, and they were continuing to get those unequivocal messages, and they were getting more detail that the Post Office was saying supported those things.
By March 2013, you had returned a job at the Department for Energy and Climate Change, your new role. I think you've described it in your witness statement as a demanding role.
I think anybody finishing maternity leave finds their new jobs reasonably demanding, but yes, it was a demanding job. I was doing a job share, and we were strategy director at that department.
Was it at that time that you stepped back from the Audit and Risk Committee?
Recollection, yes, so in March 2013.
Looking back at it now, do you think that that was a particularly important committee for somebody with those government links or SHEX links to have been sitting on?
Well, 2012 letter to the chairman, the very front of mind. So when we separated the company and the government had taken these, we were worried to ensure that the pension remained sustainable. So I personally was quite worried about that issue because I knew it was in the government's mind. In a general, I think audit and risk is an important board committee.
And to fill that role.
The Audit and Risk Committee was chaired, had other non-executive members and obviously the finance director. Nobody from the shareholder team would have done that, but constitutionally I'm not sure how that could have worked.
Before we move on, could we have that litigation report back on the screen so that I can see the next page?
Absolutely. So it's poll 20103348, page 90. The section with the criminal cases is page 93.
Yeah, just the next page, please. So we've got 4 criminal cases under Part B on that, and then it goes on. That's what I wanted to see. Yeah.
I think that's the final page of.
Yeah. Paper was for noting, but for the standard, the board is being given information about completed and ongoing criminal cases. Yeah. And just glancing at them, some of them are very significant. Someone has pleaded guilty to stealing over 100,000 on the page we're looking at. 2 brothers are fraudulently obtaining or stealing over £200,000. Forgive me if I'm a little surprised that nobody thought things, but that appears to be the case.
Well, I agree. You know, when you look at this page now, absolutely. I can't recall the discussion, but it's actually hard for me to.
I'm not for a minute suggesting you should remember the words spoken, but the impression I get from you, so now's your chance to correct it, that because this paper was to be noted, there was literally no discussion of it. And I'm expressing my surprise that a board, for the first time, confronted with this sort of detail, doesn't discuss it at all.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with you, and I don't recall a discussion. I also don't recall you highlighting it to us either, but I totally take your point.
Right.
So that might be an appropriate moment to take our first break of the morning.
Very good.
Could we come back at 15:15?
Yeah. You know, yeah. Yes, Mr. Blake.
Agenda for the 19th of September 2012, so that's poll 00103348. We see there, for example, item 11 is discussion of the British Postal Museum and Archive funding. Is it odd that the museum might be an item for discussion, but the prosecution that led to, for example, imprisonment for 2 years, sentencing to 20 months, etc., that's outlined in the significant litigation report, wasn't at board level?
Of course, I mean, I think it would be impossible not to take that view now looking at this. At the time, statement, and as is normal with all corporate governance, the agendas set by the chairman, and we as the non-executive directors would follow that.
Did you ever have the opportunity to input into what would be on the agenda?
Not routinely. I think if, for example, I'm assuming if one of the committee chairs, say Alistair Marnock, who chaired the Audit and Risk Committee, or Virginia Holmes, who chaired the Pension Committee, I'm assuming if they felt there was reality, it would, they could put it as an item on a future meeting. And we would look at the forward look, perhaps, for a year ahead, but I don't remember shaping the agenda myself.
June 2013. Could we please turn to poll 0016? June-July period of 2013 in matters relating to the Horizon. I think that was also a particularly busy time for you in your ordinary day job, is that correct?
Not June and July, no. In my day job. That actually was only a particular issue October, November 2013. So this period, ordinary day job.
Thank you. If we scroll down, we can see an email there from Martin Edwards, the Chief of Staff to Paula Vennells, emailing the SHEX team to arrange for Alwyn and I think either Martin Edwards or possibly Paula Vennells with Will, Mike and Pete, and the topic being the Post Office/Biz meeting on second site investigation. Is that something you would have been updated on by the SHEX team?
I don't recall being updated on this issue on the 28th of June. On the 1st of July, when we did have that board call, that was a surprise to us as a board. The 1st of July was a Monday, so it's possible this was late the previous week and therefore I hadn't had a chance to talk to us. And also this is setting up a meeting, isn't it, rather than actually discussing the issue.
And if we please turn to UKGI 401656, we see another email from Mr. Edwards in the middle of that page, please. Emailing again the SHEX team in relation to a James Arbuthnot meeting. We thought it might be helpful for you to see this brief, the meeting with Arbuthnot this morning, to give you a clearer picture of both the facts and the handling issues at play. Obviously, strictly private and confidential, but happy Joe, I think that's Joe Swinson, the then Minister. If you believe, I'll let you judge. Useful to know ahead of Paula's call with her so she knows what she's cited on. If we scroll over the page, we can see a copy. Perhaps we could look at page 4 and 5 quickly. We've looked at this with other witnesses. This is a briefing note on prior to the meeting with now Lord Arbuthnot. Page 4. Additional point if needed, depending on the tone of the meeting, it may be appropriate to address head-on James Arbuthnot's apparent annoyance at the issues around prosecutions, exceptions. Just pausing there on the word exceptions, were you aware around this time use of terminology within the Post Office referring to, for example, bugs as exceptions or anomalies?
I wasn't familiar with any of that, and I don't think we'd even particularly focused on this issue of bugs that obviously came out in the second site interim report.
If we scroll down, there's a section there on current prosecutions. If we scroll down, further entry on historical convictions, and it's there that we've addressed with other witnesses it says nothing has emerged from the interim findings given to us by Second Sight which would point to specific convictions being unsafe. And then it exceptions. So we've seen that this briefing has been copied to SHEX. Was that the kind of thing that would be shared with you?
No, and I mean, this particular week, from Monday the 1st of July 23rd onwards, was obviously very intense in a number of layers, but having now seen a lot more of the information, my perspective is that the least informed group at this point were the board. So we had a call on the 1st of July. This is, I think, a briefing for Paula Venables to meet Lord Arbuthnot, which is then being shared with the shareholder team. And the Post Office team are sharing quite a team that week. We, the board at this stage, never got this document as far as I know.
Is this an example where it might have been better for you and your role to have been based in the department or within SHEX or within the broader department?
I set out in my statement that one of the reasons when I decided to resign a year early from the board, in part it was because I thought it was actually difficult to do the job of shareholder non-executive director and not be in the team. And I thought it was better that my successor, there was just one who was in the board and they were completely immersed in the ministers and all of those things. And this is an example of where the shareholder board.
Thank you. Moving to in receipt of the report, can we please turn to poll 001451855. We're now on the 4th of July. It does send the board an update and messages from this update. It begins, I wanted to send you a brief email to update you on where we are with the Second Sight investigation. The second paragraph around it says as follows. It says, in line with our discussion on Monday's board call, we understand they have not found any evidence yet of systemic issues with the Horizon. We noted that this is based on a detailed review of the 4 best cases in terms of compelling evidence. However, as expected, they do intend to draw attention to wider failings in the training and support provided to sub-postmasters, with the implication that this was problems related to Horizon. There's reference there to the Monday board call, and also on receipt of this. What was your understanding at this point of the likely finding of the Second Sight report?
Stage on the 4th of July, all I knew was what we'd been told on the 1st of July. We hadn't seen any draft document. We didn't actually see that until the following week. So everything we knew was as reported to ourselves.
And what was your understanding? When we see there, for example, reference to no evidence yet of systemic issues, were you aware that the Second Sight report was an interim report, for example?
Yeah, I think we did know that from the Monday night call, although, as I say, we hadn't actually seen the document itself at that point. On the Monday night call, we had been, my recollection is that this forensic accountant's work that had been going on for over a year was suddenly coming and we hadn't seen it. But in terms of the findings of that interim report, all we knew was these kinds of lines. Paula Venables was also saying on Monday, no evidence of systemic issues. But I'm assuming on the 3rd of July, the executive also wouldn't have seen the final interim report.
If we, around halfway through that paragraph, it says, they shared with us today a report which gave some cause for concern in relation to the overthink and the widespread use of subjective elements of opinion rather than more neutral or evidence-based insights. Second Sight had been appointed as independent investigators. Do you have any view at this stage with regard to the way that their report was being described?
No, we could only know what we were being told at that point. They'd been doing this work, they'd obviously been in company, and on the Monday night, Paula had updated us, and then a further email. We didn't have any other information. We were quite irritated.
we see in the next paragraph here, and stakeholder handling strategy. Were you aware of a particular strategy in respect of the media and stakeholders that was being pursued at that time?
Not particularly to this issue. I would have expected if there was any report, information, action the company was taking that was going to have a public face, somebody in the company would have been thinking about this, but I wouldn't have read this in this email as usual.
Could we please turn to poll 3 in 121, and if we start on the second page, please. Moving now to the 6th of July. The board by Paul of Ennals. A quick further update. Further very constructive telephone conversations with Alan Bates of the JFSA. Willingness to work collaboratively with us in taking forward our response to the review. Paragraph, it's worth emphasising that Alan Bates' main issue is not the computer, but the human aspect. How, in his view, Post Office failed to support and help vulnerable and muddled. Next paragraph, he also raised the idea of setting up a new independent that sub-postmasters can approach if they're facing issues with Horizon. If we scroll down, please. It says, Alwyn and I then had a further meeting with James Arbuthnot yesterday afternoon, which was also positive. And if we scroll over the page, please. Just going to read to you those final 2 bullet points. It says, one of the main reputable risks arising from the review relates to possible attempts to reopen past prosecutions based on the findings. James Arbuthnot was certainly focused on this. We had a stronger exchange on this point. It's not clear that any new evidence has emerged. Then, as I pointed out to James, legal routes to appeal already exist. Susan and the legal team are working with our external lawyers to consider whether there are any implications arising from this, and we can provide a further update on this. Now, having looked at all those documents that we saw this morning, in particular the updated version of the significant litigation report, which identified a number of sentenced to significant terms of imprisonment, did this paragraph you at all?
I think the whole email night we'd had this board call, which had been difficult, and we were being told about this interim report coming. Then we'd had an update on Thursday. This is now the Saturday morning. There's a whole load of information in here that I think I would have been very uncomfortable about. What? Can I just check? This was the Saturday morning, the 8th, but was that? It's just a forwarded document, was it?
Yes. Well, we'll go to the
the
email of the 8th as well. Perhaps let's and that is the 8th. I don't need to take anybody to it, but we also have a copy of this at poll 00297468. But sticking with this version, we have an email from Sarah Paddison, so presumably on behalf of Paul of Ennals, which says, as promised in my previous email, here's a copy of the final draft of the second site report. They took on board the weekend, but not all of them. The second attachment is an internal note detailing the remaining aspects of the report, which we believe are misleading or factually inaccurate. Is that something you recall receiving?
Yes, a series of emails, as I said, through the previous week, and then into this board was very keen to get its hands on the report.
Could we please turn to poll 0029, and this is an attached statement. That was attached in that, sorry, actually, if we go to the previous email, that's poll 3099121, we see there below that email, there is another email from Paul of Ennals of the same day, draft media statement.
This is Monday the 8th.
Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
if we turn back to poll 3099121. Below that, if we scroll down, we can see that is another email for the latest draft of our media statement, and that's the document that I'm just going to be taking you to. Sticking with this email, though, if we look at the final paragraph, it says about halfway, most significant remaining concern relates to his continued determination for us to review past prosecutions in light of the findings of the report. That's a reference to James concerned about those past prosecutions. Did the issue of past prosecutions feature heavily for you on the 8th of July?
As I say, I think on the 8th of July, the first email was read the second site interim report. So all of the issues I would have wanted to try and understand. And in the email that was sent to us the week before, so in the call on the 1st of July, my recollection is it felt as if we were being told a series of rather conflicting things. There was this report coming, it was interim, it had accuracies, the business was trying to correct them. There were no systemic failures, but there were some very serious issues in it. So this issue, I think they would all have been in my mind at the time. Obviously, as we might come on to, the 16th of July board meeting attempted to get the board to draw together its sense of all of these things and the very, very urgent actions it wanted taken.
If we scroll up to the top email, that's your receipt of the final draft of the second site report. And you said you read that report. Can you recall when you read that report?
I can't recall the time of day, if you mean that. I would have, and I also can't tell from this redacted document if that email address, for me, it looks like it was my email address. So it would have been coming to me at work. So I might have read it very quickly, but I can't recall. The other thing that would have been in my mind, because as we have briefly discussed, the shareholder team was getting information. Today, the minister ended up giving a statement in the House. So I would have been very keen to understand what was going on with Will Gibson, Roger Lowe and that team in relation to the minister.
So as at the 8th of July, you would have read the site report?
I can't think why I wouldn't have. As I say, it is difficult 12 years ago, the time of day when I would have read it.
I'd just like to take you to the attachments to those emails. If we could first look at poll 002974669. This is the media statement that was attached to the second email on that page. And about halfway down, it says there, the Post Office is committed to supporting its people and improving the way we do so. The interim review makes clear that the Horizon computer system and its supporting processes function effectively across our network. As the review notes, 8,000 people in more than 11,500 branches successfully processing more than 6 million transactions every day. The review cause for confidence in the overall system. It does, however, raise questions about the training and support we've offered to some sub-postmasters, and we are determined to address these issues. Having read the second site report, do you consider that to have been an accurate reflection of the...
I don't know at the time on that Monday how much I would have been looking at this press statement. I think I would have been more likely to be reading the second site interim report to try and understand what it was saying. And I do have a mind by what it was saying, and in particular thinking about this point on training and support and helplines. So I don't think I would have particularly been thinking press notice exactly accurately reflect what was in the report on that day.
But having read the ultimate press reports in the press itself, did you have a view the Post Office was being accurate in its summary of the second site report?
I can't recall particularly thinking about the Post Office's press reports at the time. I think the lines we see here are we had often heard from the Post Office, and then even after the interim report, what we continued to hear around, the sort of, and I'm summarising, but broadly the system work being questions and issues around training and support.
97470, this is another attachment. This is the Post Office Horizon question and answers. would you have read this attachment at the time? Sorry, it's not on screen yet. That's... Do you recall this document?
Well, I've seen now it was attached to an email. I don't particularly recall this, and I'm not sure at the time that I would have been most focused on Q&A and press releases. I would have been much more likely to be worrying about how the board had been blindsided and what this report said and what we were going to do about it and what was the...
I'm just going to read you a few passages from this document. The second paragraph says, "We cannot comment on any individual cases, but of course all cases were fully tested in court and no evidence found to suggest the Horizon system is at fault." Another question posed, going to review all cases, and it says, "The review has raised some concerns regarding our traces. Of course, it is only right that a review should be undertaken of any cases where we feel the finding of this interim review might have any bearing." There's a question I've heard, there is evidence of faults in the system, and it says, "As the review stresses, the Horizon system has around 68,000 users and processes, more than 6 million. While we take every case very seriously, the total number of cases accepted by the external reviewers for this review was 47, less than 0.1% of the total number of users of the Horizon system. With a system of this scale, whether this is as a result of a power cut or through operator error, we have systems in place to identify and rectify these as quickly as possible, check against findings in report, and then whenever reconciliation issues arise in this is to inform them that reconciliation is required, either by post office or branch." If we scroll over the page, there's a section, documents relating to criminal investigations, and it says, "In line with industry standards, we operate a 7-year document retention policy." If we keep on turning over the page, please. Penultimate page. So thank you very much. "Why are you able to run your own prosecutions? This can't be fair." It says, "As with HMRC and other safeguarding public money," need to check the accuracy of this, "the Post Office has investigation and prosecuting authorities in its own right. And will you reconsider investigating and prosecuting cases yourself instead of handling these functions to the Police and Crown Prosecution Service?" I know you've said that you don't recall paying much attachments rather than the report itself, but were you at the public lines being taken by the Post Office that were different to the report?
I don't think I would have been on that day, Monday of July, and I don't recall particularly seeing this like a draft, but I'm assuming there was a final one that was similar. So
this was the attachment to
that email.
That email, the second email on that page, sent to you by Sarah Paddison on behalf of Paula Venables.
I think I obviously appreciate why you're asking it the way you're asking, but if you put yourself in the shoes of an individual who has been, as a board member, slightly surprised it's coming in a rush, getting conflicting messages, I think the thing that would have been on my mind would have been, what is in this report and what are we going to do about it? I just don't think I would have been comparing public lines and Q&A at that point.
Do you recall at that point having any discussions with anybody at SHEX about the report?
I can't, in my memory, recall the to and fro with SHEX. I would have, because this was such a significant issue. I think I'm right that the Minister only gave 2 oral statements, and one ended up being on Tuesday, the 9th of July 2013. So, thing for them. And as I've now been able to see, there was a lot of to and fro between them and the Post Office, getting ready to brief Jo Swinson, and she also has been to this inquiry.
And do you think that there was insufficient sharing of information from the SHEX team to yourself on issues relating to the second site report?
I mean, I haven't thought about it. I didn't think about it like that at the time. Now I've seen all of the... I think one of my observations would be that what was so unusual about this issue was that the chairman and chief executive were having the debates in the JFSA and James Arbuthnot. MPs were raising things with ministers through parliamentary questions, correspondence. There was a to and fro between the Post Office and the shareholder. And I think in this week, I've seen the board were the least informed of all.
And as the government representative on the board, was there a problem there in the communication on behalf of the government?
I wouldn't put it like that, and I don't think there was a problem. I've described the way in which we worked during this period. I think we would have been very regularly discussing. Of course, now when you look back, everybody would have wished, and I certainly wished, I had a whole load more information at a number of points, and this one included.
But was it lines of communication? Was it individual personalities? What was it that interrupted the flow of information? Site report.
I don't think I did say that the flow was interrupted. It was more that there were a set of events playing out very fast in real time, and so I imagine the shareholder team's priority for the minister. My priority was to get the information as a board member, and we would have been communicating between us.
Turn to the board meeting. Could we please look at poll 30021516? And that's the 16th of July 2013 board meeting. It's a meeting that the inquiry has looked at on a number of occasions. We note there, in terms of those who are present, that Susan Crichton was not present. Did you understand why Susan Crichton wasn't present?
No. A lot of the been brought out in this inquiry I was not aware of on that day.
To the board meeting in a restaurant?
There was a breakfast that morning. In fact, when I wrote my statement, I couldn't identify if now it was that morning. And that, my recollection was with the chairman and those non-executive directors who were there, Neil McCausland, that day. But yeah, I do have a recollection of a conversation of just the non-executives and the chairman, a lot of discontent being expressed about the way this set of events had unfolded. Was
that directed at a particular individual?
My own view was the executive had mishandled the interface between the board and the whole of this second site interim report. Paula Vennell's responsible for that as the chief executive.
That was your own view. What were the views of others as expressed at that breakfast meeting?
I can't recall the ins and outs of all of the conversation, but I think there was a kind of, my recollection is there was a sort of groundswell of discontent.
Aimed simply at the executive team or at others?
Executive director, your role really is to provide oversight, but the executive team, and in particular the executive directors, are the engine room of the business. They're the people who are responsible for running that business, for undertaking with appropriate care and diligence all of their tasks. And I think we felt frustrated that after over a year of work, there was suddenly, the report had been published, and I would have felt that the minister had been put in a difficult position, having to make a statement to Parliament.
And were there any individuals specifically named during those discussions that stand out?
I don't recall that. This was part of where some of my concerns about the chief executive were starting to crystallise.
And what were those concerns?
It's somebody's performance in this context now, with everybody reflecting with such a spotlight. And in my experience of executive change, people can be stronger and weaker on different things. I think I felt, though, that this particular issue hadn't been well handled by the executive team. And despite the rush of communications, some late night emails, some weekend emails, and as a non-executive director, the things that you take comfort from are that the organisation is orderly, thoughtful, no surprises. No surprises is a really big thing. I still think of that. And, I have 42 arm's length bodies in the department that I'm responsible for. You do not want to think on, at that time, I felt that, and I think that comes out in the minutes for the subsequent board that day, where we went on to say we didn't want to be blindsided and a whole load of actions were put in train.
We mentioned just before the absence of Susan Crichton. That was explained by Alice Perkins to summarise that events overtook her, and I think it was along the lines of the thought didn't come into her head to invite her back in. Were you even aware of Susan Crichton sitting outside that meeting?
I don't recall anything to do with her sitting outside, obviously because some of the papers we looked at that day, there was a paper from Susan written on the 12th of July, it was from her. Thought, why is this being presented by Paula Venables? But I don't remember on that. And I suppose I also would have thought that wanted or thought she should be in the room, she would have been in the room. It wouldn't really have occurred to me that somebody would stay outside a room.
And was the atmosphere in the room such that matters were happening very quickly? It was a particularly rushed or particularly packed board meeting, or not?
I don't recall that. I mean, as you know, the board agendas for this company through these years when I was a non-executive director were hugely full because there was so much business to be done on very difficult and important issues. I don't particularly recall this one being more or less packed than any other.
Thank you. If we go through a few passages from the minutes, we see at the bottom of this page, the board, the executive committee members, and agreed that in future the content of the papers would not be presented at the board meeting so as to free up time for discussion. The papers needed to be clear, not overly optimistic and commercially focused, so questions of fact would not be necessary. They should also arrive in good time. The chairman asked the board to call for a paper before the meeting if they were unclear or didn't have the necessary detail. The board also asked for earlier warning when risks and issues were not blindsided. Can you assist us with that passage, please?
Well, I think we had been blindsided the week before, and we were irritated. And my reflection is, in any company, or if something starts to go wrong, those are the times that you want to get into more detail. I think we felt that we'd been bounced from report, and so I think let's give us early warning of risks. Please tell us about risks. Please do not blindside us. The minutes, as you know, are quite mild in their phrasing. A word like blindsided, I think, was probably a direct quote.
On to page 6, there's the section on the Horizon update. I won't spend much time on it because this is something we've seen a lot of. We're concerned that the review opened the business up to claims of wrongful prosecution. The board asked if Susan Crichton, as General Counsel, was in any way implicated in the prosecutions. The board expressed strong views that the business had not managed the second site review well for better management and cost control going forward. There's a reference there to the business. Can you recall specific names being mentioned?
I don't recall particular names, but at the time, I think the day-to-day interface would have been between Paula Venables, and as we've discussed, she gave a number of the updates. And
the board accepted that this was an independent review and therefore things could happen beyond the control of the business. However, the things that could be managed by the business needed to be well managed, and the board asked the CEO if she had considered changing the person leading for the business. What did that mean?
I think there was this sense, and it's quite hard to disaggregate now specifically which meeting different considerations came up and were then discussed and acted on. But there had been a sense, increasingly, I think, that the second site interim report dependent. The board itself hadn't had particular control of the terms of reference. If you remember back to the May meeting, we were just told in AOB that this was happening and we thought it was a good thing to do. But I'm assuming there was a sense we wanted, because now we'd seen the report, there were a whole load of actions being discussed to be taken forward, we wanted a kind of programme of work with clear leadership. And non-executive director, what you want is to be confident that there'll be people leading that who've got the capacity and capability to do it, and we'll get whatever the work is done.
If we scroll over the page, please, there's one final passage that I'd like to take you to, and that's the CFO's position was. He promised the board a note on this. He was also asked to ensure that both Royal Mail Group and business of the review findings. Do you recall the insurance position being raised at that meeting?
I have a sort of vague recollection. I can't recall who it was. It may have been Alistair Marnock in his position, because often in businesses, if a risk profile changes, regardless of whether or not it manifests, you need to notify the insurers. So it may have been that. The other thing is that as part of the separation of the two businesses, I think had been the named party on some of the insurance contracts. So, and we were trying to finish the transitional survey, and so it could have related to that. But I wondered about this, and I can't really recall much more.
Okay, I'll emails shortly. If that could come down, please. Paragraph 127 of your witness statement, you say that this was the first time that you became aware that the Post Office was able to act and was acting as a prosecuting authority, and you've described law by that. What did you mean by uncomfortable?
Earlier, I'd obviously seen the SLR legal situations. I don't recall having occurred to me before I read the papers for this 16th of July board meeting that the Post Office itself was doing, and that made me feel uncomfortable. I was surprised by it.
Did it simply wrong with the levels of information that was going to the board?
I don't think I was necessarily thinking that, because as a non-executive board member, consistent with governance codes, and do not expect to see the vast majority of information. What you expect is T's are clearly defined, the delegations are working to sort of double check. So I don't think I would have been particularly that point. I just had a discomfort because a year into the business and having seen the second site interim report, uncomfortable.
Could we turn back to your witness statement, please, on page 100? It's page 100, paragraph 218. If we scroll down, you say in paragraph 218, I do continue to think we were robust in our scrutiny and challenged the executive team when we had the information to enable us to do so. And while there were numerous proactive steps that I have detailed in this document, my view now not to feel now that more should have been done, even if the signs at the time did not point us to that place, given the assurances we were being given. Looking at this moment in time where you find out that the Post Office itself prosecutes people, do you think that you were sufficiently robust in scrutinising?
Would you mind if I just make a general comment about us as to that point?
Absolutely.
In April 2012, I was pleasantly surprised by the calibre, to my mind, of those non-executive directors. They were extremely, I used to feel in meetings that it must have been quite difficult for the executive members or people presenting. People did not hold back in saying what they thought, what they were worried about, and in challenging. So as a general sense, I did think we were not for this inquiry, but as you know, there was an array of things, that, most of which were not easy. I think the point here is, and I was at length in my statement, because the situation has just been so catastrophic, you can't help feeling, as a person, I was responsible between April 2012 and March 2014 as the shareholder non-executive director, you can't help feeling that we should have done more. So yes, now I think on each of these areas, could we, should we, what would have happened if we had done more? I mean, I set out in a statement all of the actions we did take, and I think at the time we thought we were being active and prudent. That's how it felt. It was a very busy time after the interim report. A whole load of things happened. It's a reflection, though, that, of course, you wonder.
Given the terms that we used at that board meeting, blindsided, etc., do you think that you took sufficient steps at board level to scrutinize the whole way that the company was being run at that stage?
Yes, I mean, I think generally we had been and were at that stage and continued to be for the period that I was on the board diligent in trying to ensure that through a control environment and in an appropriate way. In relation to after and at that 16th board meeting and in the board meeting and in the following weeks and months, there were a range of, and yeah, at the time that did feel very active. As I have also put in my reflections, you know, whilst we had action scheme, the various pieces of work and the follow-on with Second Sight, and later set up the board committee specifically on this, I do reflect now that we should have done more at that point and onwards on past prosecutions.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our second morning break. Thank
Yep.
you. If we could come back just after 1:15. Storey, I said that we would address the issue of insurance and insurance notification, and that's the issue that I'd like to address now. Start by looking at poll 3099330. The board meeting of the 16th of July, and there was that slightly ambiguous that we looked at relating to the insurance position. This is an email from Alwyn Lyons to the board, including yourself. We can see there. Thank you very much. It says, on Tuesday, the board asked for information on 3 things this week. First, support services. Second, the impact of the financial services junction. And then third, the impact on Horizon/Second Sight on our insurance cover. And then there is a section, paragraph at the bottom. It says insurance. We discussed what impact the current Horizon issues might have on our insurance, on which we are advised by our insurance broker, Miller. Their view is that whilst other insurance policies may be impacted, the most likely one is directors and officers. This has the added complication share with Royal Mail and was placed by their broker, JLT. The excess on this policy varies under different criteria, but the main one is 25,000. A meeting is being set up with JLT and Miller to ensure they're fully briefed on the issues before JLT engage insurer. Moving on to poll 309933. Do you recall receiving that email?
The email that you've just been reading from?
Yes.
I think, as it says, we had asked for things, obviously, very after the board meeting.
Thank you. If we please, page 3, bottom of page 2, and the top of page 3, we see, if we scroll down slightly, Alistair Marnock responding to Chris Day, whose name was at the bottom of that previous email. Slightly further down, sorry. Thank you very much. And he says, on the insurance question, we were keen to know if we have currently got insurance cover for any claim arising. Don't think your answer deals with this point. I'm sure Susan will know, though. You're not on this email chain. I'm just going to go through it just to provide some background and some context. If we scroll up, it seems as though this is an email from Mr. Marnock to Paula Venables, and he says, no need to broadcast loudly, but I don't think I think that's Chris Day, has understood I've misunderstood the answer. Either way, click clarification will hopefully avoid more mails. And if we scroll up, Mr. Day responds internally, and he says, sorry if not clear, there are 2 points. Firstly, D&O appears to be the policy which would cover this eventuality, and our understanding is the first 25,000 of any claim is not covered. This is being verified. Secondly, our broker, Miller, will meet with Royal Mail's JL in the best way to engage with D&O insurer or insurers, which will enable us to understand the possible impact on this and possibly other policy premia going forward. Here is that we need to inform existing insurers of a potential new risk in hand without scaring the horses into immediately increasing future costs. And this process is made more complex by being a joint policy with Royal Mail, figured that way. We'll provide a fuller update when we've established all the facts next week. Charles, please confirm my understanding is correct. If we scroll up, there is then an email from Paula Venables forwarding that response to Alistair Marnock. And she says, hi, Alistair, did you get the clarification you asked for? I also left a message with Chris, as his note on insurance cover raised 2 questions for me. Firstly, that there could be an impact regarding future costs across several policies. I understand D&O, but which others may be obvious to me. And secondly, his note seemed to imply we were going to check if we are covered. Does that mean we may not be, or we don't know? Reply to me on my 2 questions is below. The line which bothers me slightly is D&O appears to be the policy which would cover. Am I being too hawkish? I would have preferred to read D&O is the policy which, if needed, would cover. Does Chris's reply, do you give more comfort? Pile the pressure on Chris by going again unnecessarily. If we scroll up to the top, we have the response from Mr. Marnock. He says that he's afraid Chris's answer doesn't address to whether or not the Post Office have got cover. He dropped me a note which suggested we do, but it seems to suggest it would be under D&O cover. Like you, I'm concerned that, but it seems to suggest it would be under D&O cover. Like you, I'm concerned that we believe this policy would cover us for this sort of issue. Rather, I'm sure we will have, which will cover us for this and any other like issue. The follow-on issue is that to avoid the underwriters rejecting our claim, we need developments and any possible claims on this and any other issues. Experience is updated on this sort of developing issue can be very tricky, get levels of disclosure. Normally, I would have expected Chris to have been involved in discussing at each stage of the process. I've gone back to Chris for further clarification, but I suggest it's handled in a face-to-face conversation. The issues about any disclosure is that it will affect our premiums even if the underwriters don't pay out. It's a bit like misses when you're driving as well as crashes. The result will be higher premiums, etc., but turn the issue, hassle/cost on its head into a cost-saving process/improvement opportunity, reporting to underwriters with improvements on our own process, identifying mistakes and tracking mechanisms to their resolution. I'm afraid I'm going through events, so I am going to have to read a fair amount from the week goes by after that, and then the board is provided on the work programme arising from the Horizon report. That can be found at 98004. There were two versions of this report that were sent to board members. Do you recall, in broad terms, this document?
I do recall it in broad terms.
The document on the 16th of July provides an update on how we're taking forward the programme of work. So this is essentially how we are taking forward the matters raised at that board meeting. If we scroll down, there's a section on completing the second site reviews. And on to page 3, the bottom of page 3, we see there's prosecution case review, and it outlines that through our criminal law solicitors, Cartwright King, we're complying with this duty by reviewing past and present prosecutions to identify any cases where the second site report ought to be disclosed. Scrolling over 17, there's reference there to Brian Altman's review. And can we go to paragraph 30 on page 7, please? Paragraph 30 says, the board requested further information on the insurance position. A separate note is attached on this. Annex A also provides further information, directors' duties as they relate to. And I'm going to just now take you to the cover poll 001458882. And if we start on page 3, the bottom of page 3, we see Alwyn Lyons up in a bit to see the group, but you are one of the recipients. A detailed note from Paula providing an update on the programme of work in response to the Horizon investigation. That is then, if we scroll up, we can see copied a response from Alistair Marnock saying at the bottom, that email, he says, finally, I seem to be missing the insurance update. Could you please resend? And that's a reference to the insurance update that's promised at page 30 of that document that I have just taken you to. If we keep on scrolling, Martin Edwards then responds, and it should have been this version of the note attached to yesterday's email, which information at paragraph 31, rather than leave that in a standard. And I'm going to take you to that updated version very shortly. But before I do that, if we could just have a look at the email from Alice Perkins. She emails, again, the board, including your. She says, I had some thoughts which I want to put on record about the way ahead. First, while it's clear that we're committed to using Second Sight for the 47 for their review, it's extremely important that we cap their involvement at that. But I'd just like to pause there and just ask you about that. do you recall a movement towards capping second site's involvement at that stage?
I mean, I can obviously read the... I don't recall thinking of it in that way. I thought that after the 16th of July, and that included work for second sight.
Because it follows in the next sentence, the moment they're involved, it will have lost the ability to end the relationship with them. Were you a relationship with second sight at that stage?
I mean, this and all the other things you have just shown me are a series of emails that were coming in after I would have read these words, noted that they're from the... I don't particularly remember that issue to a greater extent than any of the others at this point.
But it being, I think, on your own evidence, quite a significant board meeting, of all the board meetings that we've seen, have paid quite a lot of care and attention to the emails you were receiving at that stage.
The 16th of July?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that just showing, I'm sure we'll come back to the insurance question, but you can see emails coming out on the 19th of July, which was after we would even have received the minute to and fro, some of which I was not copied on through the weekend. But yeah, there was a whole series of actions, and I would have been very focused on it because, going back to our conversation earlier, I was irritated about the handling.
Second, we need to pin down and cap second site's costs. Third, we need a proper process of appointing the independent chair of the working party. I've asked Susan to keep the board fully informed of future developments and to alert me to anything which she is unable to resolve, which could get in the way of getting the job done in the way it needs to be done. She will be seeking conversations about all this on an individual basis, and we'll be in touch with you to arrange these. Moving on, please, to poll 406590. This is the updated version that was circulated to the board.
Sorry, is this, just to clarify, is this the one that you're saying that Martin Edwards sent us?
Exactly,
Okay.
Absolutely. So Martin Edwards sent an email on Saturday the 27th of July that said, apologies all, it should have been this version of the note.
Okay.
And this is the updated version of that note. And if we could turn, please, to paragraph 30 and 31. This is the insurance section. It's page 8. Thank you very much. So we see there, it's an expanded form of words at paragraph 31 addressing the insurance position. And it says, the board requested further clarification on their exposure as direct to the review. As set out in more detail at Annex A, it is highly unlikely that any individual director would have any personal liability in connection with this review. As to insurance being in place to cover their liabilities, and it gives the amount. And then at paragraph 32, in response to the board's request for a post-mortem, internal audit has now been tasked with carrying out a review, etc. So there's just paragraph 31 to what was previously in paragraph 30. And if we scroll down, we can see Annex A, it sets out there the director's duties. The focus being very much on individual lives. Could we please now turn to 0193010, which is another exchange from Alistair Marnock at the bottom of the first page. Thank you. If we scroll down slightly, on insurance does not answer the question, which was about PI cover for the post office, not D&O cover for the directors. The key question is, does the post office have insurance cover in the event of a material claim or perhaps a class action type claim? Probably easiest if I pick it up directly with Chris. Irrespective of this particular email chain and whether you focused on this particular issue at this time or not, is that a big issue for the post office, whether it has insurance cover in the event of, for example, a class action claim?
My recollection of the 16th of July board meeting was we were we were prudent in taking all the steps we thought needed to be taken in our understanding at that time of what the second site interim report was saying. So there was a whole raft of things. I took some personal comfort from the fact of ARC, and who I found to be a very diligent individual, was going to take the lead on behalf of the non-executive directors, I think in his capacity as Audit and Risk Committee Chair, for kind of leading some of these areas of work. The issue and all the to and fro you've just shown me on insurance, some of which I wasn't copied on, I don't remember that in my list of worry areas. I wonder if it's simply that Alistair Marnock, being diligent, wanted to make sure if the risk profile of this set of issues, particularly I think we were worrying then about just that had been in Susan Crichton's paper of the 12th of July, he may simply have felt they needed to be notified. But I don't remember particularly focusing on this issue, I'm afraid.
We saw this morning the references to Smith's case and potentially 85 claimants. We're now at a stage where we have this report, potential class actions on the horizon. The insurers was presumably quite an important issue for non as a whole, wasn't it?
All I'm saying is I personally don't particularly remember that being high on my list. Alistair perhaps had experience of the business where they'd needed to notify the insurers. I also don't remember particularly focusing on material claims. I think I was more focused on what are the steps we are taking, what became the mediation scheme, trying to processes, because that was the single biggest kind of issue I had in front of mind, that if there were problems with helplines or the way kind of interface with the system, and of course getting a more view of what the actual situation was.
If we scroll up, we can see Chris Day internally to Charles Colquhoun. He says, Charles, please see if there's a straightforward paragraph we can write on this, should go in my name, rather than giving them the whole insurance paper. Scroll up. There's, again, an internal discussion about this. And Charles Colquhoun says, Chris, I don't think Alistair saw the insurance paper, maybe it's below, and in particular the second covers his point. I'll be in first thing tomorrow to discuss. And again, addressing directors' and officers' liability, and then secondly, professional indemnity, which refers to the limit of indemnity. This covers a breach by Post Office, resulting in a third-party loss, etc. Could we please turn now to poll 00428835. There was reference, one of the emails chains we saw, to Susan Crichton following up with all non-executive directors at this time personally. And it's poll 00428835. We're now at the 5th of August, and she is contacting you directly. If we scroll down, we can see that's in response to the email that was in this chain, the Alice Perkins email. And if we scroll up, she says, Susannah, I hope you're having a good break. Please let me know if you would like Alice's email, and I will organise a time to meet/talk. Did you speak to Susan Crichton at this point in time?
I did, because I've now seen an email or note later, September, I think, where Susan Crichton says she had spoken or exchanged with the other Neds and not me. So from that record, I'm inferring that I didn't. I don't know if when we see here it's saying, I hope you're having a good break, it is likely that at that time, perhaps on a holiday from work, I don't know. But I drew real comfort from the fact Alistair Marnock was taking an active role in this work as set out in the 16th of July.
You were also at this time a non-executive director of the Post Office. Looking at it now, do you think that's an email that you should have followed up on?
I don't know if we know that I didn't follow up. based on the information I've seen, that I didn't meet her. So I don't know if it was a logistical thing, and by the time she was updating in the autumn, it hadn't happened. Of course, I think now, when you look at it, it would have been at least because I now know all the things you've said about but at the time I felt there was a clear set of actions. Alistair was taking a lead, so I'm not sure in my shoes at the time I did feel strongly, and obviously if I had, I would have done something different.
We emails from Alistair Marnock about the insurance position and the lack of clarity on the issue that he is chasing down. Did you have any discussion with Susan Crichton or anybody else at this time about the notification to the Post Office's insurers?
No, not about the insurers. As I say, I pretty raised it at the 16th of July. I also wasn't the person charged with following up. So I would have seen some of these emails coming in, and the next opportunity to discuss any of the actions from the 16th of July board meeting would have been at the September board.
Let's have a quick look at the insurance notification itself. That's 112856. This is an email that we've seen a few times before. Please find attached details received of a new D&O matter for your consideration. This concerns challenges which have been made to the accounting system used in the Post Office network. It says about halfway down that covering email, a review of the Horizon system was undertaken and motions were made for improvements. No systemic problems were revealed, which would call into question as previously made against sub-postmasters. It is of concern to Post Office that the expert of one prosecution witness, Dr. Gareth Jenkins of Fujitsu, may have failed to disclose certain problems in the Horizon system potentially relevant to a case. In the event it is discovered that improper prosecution was undertaken, the risk exists being made against the Post Office and directors and officers for malicious prosecution, etc. It's unclear at this time the extent of possible exposure. A copy of your slip is attached. And if we go over the page, we can see the note that was prepared by Bond Dickinson, and we've addressed this with witnesses from Bond Dickinson. It's over the page, please. There's a section on prosecutions and convictions. And again, in similar words, in relation to Mr. Jenkins, it says, as noted above, where circumstances warrant, Post Office prosecutes, postmasters, Post Office is reviewing prosecutions. Post Office has an obligation disclosure should be made to defendants. It is of concern that Post Office, that the expert evidence of one prosecution witness, Dr. Gareth Jenkins of Fujitsu, has certain problems in the Horizon system potentially relevant to a case. What were you aware of in respect of Gareth Jenkins at this time?
I wasn't aware, I don't recall being aware of Gareth Jenkins until later.
Looking at this now, does this look to you to be a fair and accurate notification of the position?
I thought you showed on the emails earlier Alistair saying that there'd been a misunderstanding with Chris about whether it was D&O or warrants. It feels as if somewhere underneath in the business, some people are instructing Bond Dickinson to write a note. They're obviously making some assertions. None of this, I think, came to us, and it wasn't something that we knew at the email where Chris Day is saying, don't send the board the whole note, just do a paragraph.
And is this note, or is the information contained in it that you would expect to have been shared at board level?
On this note per se, because I've only seen it for the first time a few days ago, I think the point I was trying to make before about not being blindsided, giving us early warning of risks, and all of the areas that we discussed and are minuted in the 16th of July board meeting, to my mind, were the strongest signal we as a group of non-executive directors could have sent at that time, that this was now a much more complicated issue, having received the second sight interim report. We want actions, and we wanted to be aware of what was going on. Of course, now that I see all of this other information that we didn't see, I can't understand why that wasn't shared with the board, having given such a strong signal at that time on this specific issue. This was not a general signal. This was specifically about all of the things that flowed from this.
A concern that an expert witness had given unreliable evidence, whether it was in a case, or would you have expected that to have been brought to your attention?
As I was saying, that there was a lot of new news, certainly to me and I think to the other non-executive directors at that 16th of July board meeting. After that, any material risk, issue, concern, worry, in my experience of boards, when you're in a difficult phase, I expect people to be at their most open.
And in your view, why not reach you, looking at what you know now?
I don't know. I don't know.
Can we have a look at the October board meeting? That's at poll 00158-089. Thank you. It has you down as being present, but only for items 97 to 1399. If we scroll down, we can see 1397 is the introduction. You then have a section on government funding and the strategic plan. Which, please, the role of the board, if we scroll down, and relationship with SHECS, post-funding. That Will Gibson would soon be leaving SHECS, and the chairman agreed to discuss his replacement and the SHECS representative on the board with Mark Russell, chief executive SHECS. And then it says Susannah Storey left the meeting. Can you recall why you were only present for those first few items at that particular meeting?
Yeah, this is the issue that I mentioned in my witness statement, that in the autumn of 2013, the then government decided it wanted to take £50 off everybody's energy bill in the country, and by the Cabinet Secretary to do that, lead that work, was my job share partner and I. So just at this precise time, it was very conflict of roles, which meant I had to leave that meeting early.
At B, it's also a period of transition within SHECS itself. Is that right?
My recollection is that Will Gibson was, and so would be leaving the...
So there are changes taking place within the shareholder executive team. You yourself, I think you've described it as an exceptionally busy period of your career outside of this work. Is that right?
That busy period in that role. I've had many busy periods in my career.
If we scroll down, we can see that if we go over the page and over, if we keep on scrolling down over to the next page, we have the Chief Executive's report, and then we have a section on Project Sparrow. Sir Anthony Hooper has now been appointed as chairman of the Horizon Working Group. The business is working to prepare the team of people to work on the mediation and case information necessary, as there were likely to be up to 150 cases put to the working party for a decision on whether they progress to the mediation process. You weren't present during that discussion of Project Sparrow, is that right?
Yeah, the minutes will be correct in terms of the chronology of when I left. I was including the Chief Executive's update and including this update.
But there was no government representative on the board whilst this item was being discussed?
Well, I was on the board. I wasn't at the board at this point. I think this was 2013 that Mark Russell, who is the Director General by then of the Shareholder Executive, I think he came, but the written information doesn't help me now work out which bits he came for.
I think if we turn to the second page, there's a mention of Mark Russell in relation to the change down. It's at B, there's a reference to Mark Russell. I don't think he's actually mentioned on the first page as being present. So you can't say whether he was there for the discussion of
I can't.
Project Sparrow.
I
But
can't.
what we can be sure of is that there was no non-executive director who was representing the governments on that board during that discussion at the board.
That's right.
And if we turn to poll 3027136, this is the Chief Executive's report. And if we turn to page 5, there's the section on Project Sparrow that's then discussed at that board meeting. Isn't this exactly the period of time when it would have a SHEX representative sitting at the board and discussing Project Sparrow with the board?
I mean, I think the reason why we put a shareholder representative on the board after separation was because we felt all the issues that the Post Office were dealing with were important, and therefore we generally wanted to increase visibility. Of course, I take your point. At this point, at every board after the 16th of July, there was a discussion about the issues that became known as Project Sparrow. Would it have been better if I was there? Yes. Did I have an irreconcilable conflict on that day? Yes. Reason why I concluded I simply couldn't keep doing this role in the way that I wanted to? Yes. And that is why, at this point, I started my conversations with the shareholder executive to say that I wanted to resign a year early.
Was there any discussion prior to that point when things started to become in your other role as to somebody to replace you?
I've been clear that my other role was a job share. So I was working 3 days a week and my job share partner was working 3 days a week. So in every week, there would be 2 days where I wasn't working in the office, employer. And therefore, generally in that year, I felt I could give sufficient time to the Post Office. And in a way, the sort of variable of whether or not things happened was my time, so I would do the work as needed. Of growing feeling through this autumn that this was continuing to be a very complicated board with a lot of difficult issues, not only this one, because in another swim lane, as it were, we were just about to announce the new fund to make this business sustainable for the last year and a half. That was announced, I think, in November 2013. So there was a lot going on, and that's why I started my conversations with the shareholder executive.
And to summarise where we're at, busy board dealing not just with Sparrow issues and Horizon issues, but other issues. You personally had lots going on in your other role. We've also discussed that you weren't physically present at SHEX anymore, not part of SHEX anymore. Is that a combination of factors that caused...
I've said in my witness statement that I thought the model that was adopted after I left was better. That there were structural obstacles, as we've discussed, in relation to information sharing. I think over time I felt that more distant from the government, and that I found that personally difficult. I haven't had any period of my career as a civil servant when I've seen ministers less on a time. As I've said in my statement, I only saw Jo Swinson once in February 2013. So, yes, I didn't think it was completely satisfactory. Was it still better having me than no one? Yes, I'm sure it was. But, we could debate counter.
So that might be an appropriate moment to take our lunch break.
And what time shall we resume?
We can come back at 2.
I see you've demoted Mr. Beer, Mr. Blake. Very good.
Only
Off you go.
Thank you very much. Before the break, we were looking at the 31st of October 2013 board meeting. I'm now going to turn to the November board meeting, and that can be found at poll 00021520. Thank you. These are the minutes, and we can see there that you are not in attendance on that day and have provided your apologies because the work at the new department was very busy on that particular occasion.
Yes, it's the same issue that was in those few weeks, yeah.
And on this occasion, if we scroll down, we can see there is a significance, and the board has noted the progress on Project Sparrow. There's discussion of the working group. If we go over the page, we see past prosecutions being discussed. At D, future prosecutions being discussed. There's a request for a note from the General Counsel explaining who was named in past prosecutions and the list. If we go over to page 3, please, towards the bottom of page 3, we can see there at G, the board noted the update on risk management and the actions being taken as set out in that paper. And I'd just like to take you to the paper. It's at poll 3027483. It's a paper prepared by Chris Ojard. Have a look at 2.2. Allegations relating to the integrity of the Horizon system. There is a risk that the allegations relating to the integrity of the Horizon system, if not contained, could raise wider questions over the robustness of our core systems and our ability to, amongst other matters, current partnerships, new areas of expansion, and public and government confidence. This meeting, would you accept, was an meeting in the context of Horizon issues?
I think all the boards, as I've said, after July were important on this issue because each one took an update. Yeah.
And here we have the risk management update referring this to do with government confidence arising from Horizon. Wasn't that an important moment to have a government representative on the board present at the board meeting?
I'm not sure the paper and the moment, if you see what I mean, are the key thing. The bigger point you're making is that I wasn't present at that board, which, as I've described, was because of my other role. I would have read the papers, I would have been doing the follow-up around the edges, including with the shareholder team. To me, whether that point on government confidence is actually about the revenue lines from government or more widely, but absolutely, I mean, this issue was extremely significant. We'd put in train all of these actions. It was high now on the post office's risk register. So,
if you turn back to the minutes themselves, it's poll 3021520. I mean, there was discussion at this meeting. This was the meeting where past prosecutions were discussed, future prosecutions were discussed.
The Audit and Risk Committee had taken a discussion on the paper and hadn't reached a decision, and then decided to come back in February, as we then see, including with the discussion at the full board. But yes, I mean, a whole were being discussed at this and the other board meetings.
And at this time, you also weren't sitting on the Audit and Risk Committee anymore.
I was not.
Why not put in place an immediate stage?
Well, when you're appointed to a board, there's a whole series of things happen, and in order to be replaced, the shareholder team needed to find a replacement. The post office would have to accept that replacement and the steps would have to be taken. I think I was flagging at this stage, as I already said, to Mark Russell, who is general and responsible for the shareholder executive, that I had these. I think it would have been very easy just to sub in a person who wasn't a board member, as is what you mean. But I did feel, and that's why I took the steps to step down from this board, because I felt whoever did it needed to be there. And as you know, and as I've said in my statement, I was very clear to my successor, which in the end ended that he needed, in my view, to be on both the Sparrow subcommittee, which was the place where these issues were being principally addressed, and on the Audit and Risk Committee.
Looking back at those two Do you think there were missed opportunities there? Where
I've set out in my statement a series of reforms and missed opportunities. I didn't particularly think this meeting and the one before. It's obviously hard to say when I wasn't at the meeting.
moving on to discussions regarding the Post Office's prosecution role. You were party to some of those discussions in February 20. By that stage, had matters moved on in your other role? Was it less work taking place on the £50?
It was completed. It's who were getting that discount had got it. So yes, it was a short, intense period that just happened to coincide with this November board meeting.
Thank you. If that could come down, please. By February 2014, there seemed to be three options on the table. Option A being preservation of the status quo, option B being focusing more on egregious conduct, and option C being single prosecution conduct. And I'm going to turn to a few documents where those options had contributed. Could we please start at poll 00167751? And it's page 4, 2014. Thank you. If we turn to page 4, there is a email chain. Can you assist us? This is referring to an Audit and Risk Committee teleconference on the 11th of February. You're copied into, or you're a recipient of that email. Can you assist us with why that would have been sent to you at that time?
So my understanding is that in November 2013, the Audit and Risk Committee had taken a paper on future prosecutions, which at the time had options A to D, and therefore it was coming back to the following Audit and Risk Committee, which was in. Although I wasn't on the Audit and Risk Committee, I think the decision had been taken, yes, Audit and Risk Committee, that the full board should at least to provide their input on the options set out in the paper, but the actual decision was going to be taken by the Audit and Risk Committee. So my understanding of this Friday, the 7th of February 2014 email is that Audit and Risk us.
Thank you. And at this period, if your diary had fewer commitments, was that an opportunity where you could have rejoined the Audit and Risk Committee?
When I took the decision at the beginning of March 2013 about the following year and which committees to sit on, I felt that was for the year. It was quite difficult, I think, to chop and change in terms of committee membership.
And at this point, there was still not a government representative on the Audit and Risk Committee?
No, nothing had changed in the sense that from April 2013 until April 2014, there wasn't a government representative. When, in the end, Richard Callard took over from me, he was Audit and Risk Committee.
Thank you. If we scroll up, please, to page 3, we see there Alice Perkins has contributed that option C has been dismissed too summarily. And she says, I do, of course, understand that we couldn't just throw our cases at the CPS and walk away at a moment's notice, and I appreciate that we might find the CPS route less satisfactory in cases where we were convinced we should be prosecuting. But if it is the case that the banks and other financial institutions need to live with this, why are we different? Could I please turn to UKGI 3043711? We then have Paula Venables' contribution to this discussion. And she says, I thought it would be worth sharing my thoughts. Why we're different. In my mind, it relates to the operational nature of the Post Office rather than processes where there is more commonality. The difference, and perhaps in counsel, is scale. None of the businesses Brian Altman compared us to has a network. If we scroll down, she says we're more complex and operate without the ability to monitor our agents easily. This is an important area for the business, and so I am particularly grateful to our non-executive directors for your attention. We will do what we can to facilitate a good debate. At that point in time, can you recall what the additions were amongst the board?
You mean at 22:57 on Sunday, Sunday night?
Exactly. Well, that weekend, over the course of that weekend.
It's just shown the paper had come round, Alice had set out her position, Paula has just disclosed. There was actually a chain, I think, where everybody was replied on the Monday morning just after 7 a.m.
And we have your reply at poll 001381141. It's the bottom of the first page. And you say, thanks for copying me on these papers. And given I'm not on the audit, I'm just passing my thoughts for information. But my read of the paper was similar to Alice's. It doesn't seem we had sufficient reasons to discard option C. And I think it would be interesting it seems hard to imagine in 2014 the Post Office is so different from our organisations to necessitate this approach. As an aside, I also find the statistics for the Post Office surprising. And I can't help wondering if any other organisation, to the extent we could get, would have anything like this level of situations that need investigating. Either way, I would have thought any next steps must be accompanied by more focus on training and better support, but sure, that's ongoing anyway. Can you assist us with why you took the view you did, as opposed to Paula Venables has expressed in that previous email?
I mean, I think what I wrote here speaks for itself. I hadn't been in the November 2013 ARC discussion, nor would I therefore have seen her, which came in November 2013. So notwithstanding the trail in on this issue, this was the first time that I'd seen it. And I think I would have had in my minds that we had set in trainers' actions and the papers we'd read from July, the 12th paper onwards the year before, and I felt instinctively uncomfortable with prosecutions, and it was there in the paper to back it up.
Had you discussed it with Shex at all?
I don't remember having discussed this ARC paper, bearing in mind we got it a few days before. At the time of my thing, I was doing as a board member with my board hat on, so I wouldn't routinely check with them before. I certainly would have been discussing it with them, though, because up to speed, he was the new Will Gibson in my mind, and certainly would have told him what I thought about this. And as you know, he came also to the February and to the March board.
Absolutely. And let's have a look at those board minutes, please. Can we please turn to poll 522? This is the 22nd. It lists you as being present and Mr. Callard as being in attendance. If we scroll down, we can see the chairman opened the meeting and welcomed Richard Callard, non-executive, who would be attending this and the March board before taking over from Susannah Storey. Could we scroll down, please, over the page to the bottom of page 2? Review of current prosecution policy, and then I see that the board approved the implementation of option B as a new prosecutions policy. Do you recall speaking up in favour of your preferred option, option C?
I'd already expressed my views in the email chain, and then this was being considered by the ARC. I can't remember if in the room those of us who had expressed it again. But when you don't chair a subcommittee, no one board member has a veto. I'm not sure that they changed it, but I can't remember if I said anything particular.
Well, 30211523. This is the March meeting. This was your final board meeting, was it?
It was.
Yes. And we have you down for items 1431 to 1438. Richard Callard present. Was there a particular reason why you were only present at that meeting?
I can't recall now why that was.
If we scroll down, we can see Project Sparrow is addressed. The CEO reminded the board of the background to Sparrow and the initial complaint review and mediation scheme, and introduced the work regulators had been asked to undertake to clarify the company's legal position. So you were present for regarding Project Sparrow and Linklaters. If we scroll down to page 8, please. At 1443, we have the Project Sparrow insurance issue being raised. So that is a moment at which you're not present at this particular board. And it says, the board discussed the professional indemnity insurance and the Sparrow compensation risks. The CFO explained that professional indemnity insurance could only cover incidents for which the business was legally responsible. Therefore, outside that legal requirement could not be covered by professional indemnity. The board asked the business to consider enhancing its insurance expertise and to reconsider how it tracks events and near misses, which should be reported to the insurers, to provide an update for the next ARC on his proposal for professional indemnity insurance. So you can't recall why it was that you weren't present for this discussion?
No.
Again, it seemed like a relatively significant moment, the discussion of the insurance position relating to Project Sparrow.
No, my issue is, as we'd already discussed earlier today. I think this would probably be the follow-up from all of the actions initiated in July, which Alistair had been taking.
Having looked at the way that the notification took place and the information that was notification, do you think it would have been helpful to have scrutinised the insurance notification more at board level?
I think the point you're making is about information that was coming to the board which could this situation, and obviously, as I said before, if we had seen some of those, if the executive had provided some of that information after we asked them not to blindside us and to be open with us, then of course that would have helped. Sorry, I wasn't seeing it as a sort of insurance issue per se. You're making the point. If I had seen the Bond Dickinson note that mentioned Gareth Jenkins in the summer of 2013, would that have made a difference?
There's reference in these board minutes to the Linklaters advice. I'd very briefly like to take you to that. That's at poll 3030. And Linklaters advice can be found at page 4. Do you recall that advice going to the board?
Yes, I do. And the partner came to the board.
Was it unusual in your experience for legal advice of this nature to be shared at board level?
As a general rule, in all the board conversations and situations I've seen, and even now thinking about me as an executive with a board of you don't always share all of the underlying information, but what you do expect is if the underlying information is material, that it's being accurately summarised, and if there's something that would benefit the reader from seeing the whole paper, that you share the whole paper. So we, as a board, wanted that Linklaters advice. It was something we commissioned ourselves, so I think I found it helpful to see both the paper and the partner, as it were.
If we scroll over the page, please, we can see the executive summary. The Linklaters advice, it says it summarises our key conclusions on the legal analysis of the complaints made by sub-postmasters about Horizon. And at one actual issue is whether and to what extent Horizon might be said to be reliable, what defects there may be in it, and how any such defects might manifest themselves and translate into errors in the state of the account between an individual sub-postmaster. Such relevant legal risks as exist arise only in the event that there are provable malfunctions in the Horizon system which are causative of losses on the part of the sub-postmaster. From your perspective, was it not important at this time, urgently, with whether the system was in fact reliable, which is something that wasn't this advice? Yeah,
and I think that's why at this board and then afterwards, the Deloitte work was commissioned, because the premise of this advice, as set out, was, and I'm summarising, these might not be the right words, but the system works. So I think what Linklaters was saying, which we agreed with, was you need to get some to check that point.
And we're now in March 2014. Why, in your view, are things moving so slowly in that respect?
I think if you look at the long arc of this issue, where unfortunately problems have been arising for over this, to us at the time, to us as a board who'd had the second sight interim report in July 2013, actually felt actions, we were trying to uncover things and move at pace. Often with complex issues, each stone you lift, you find something more complicated. And I think we felt that, as well as all of in paragraph 140 of my statement, we wanted then to have this Deloitte piece of work, which was a way of looking at the IT problems. This Linklaters piece of work was a question of legal issues and compensation and so on.
The functioning of the system, quite an obvious and large stone to unturned.
Well, the second sight work had been looking at the system and related issues. The July 8th report, the interim report, as we've discussed, had a series of messages. On the one hand, the words, no systemic issues, but on the other hand, it was very clear through the spot reviews that a combination of factors could create problems. At the time, I think, we felt take the mediation scheme and the other steps was a way to try and be prudent about this set of issues. But we also, as a board, hadn't commissioned anything other than the second sight interim report. So I think, and it felt at the time, another important step.
I'm going to turn to one final issue very briefly, and that's risk reporting. Prior to becoming a non-executive system for reporting post office risks within checks that you were aware of?
So during my time in the Shareholder Executive, I joined in 2006, worked on a few different situations. In simple terms, I think the role of that team looking after a series of different situations evolved and matured, including in relation to risk reports, to have quarterly meetings in relation to the individual companies or projects, if it wasn't a company. The risk reporting was on a journey of improvement. I don't remember thinking, it's hard to think back now to all of the different iterations. I think it was broadly in line with best practice at the time, for example, in the department or in the private sector. 24 hat on, I think you'd think it was quite unsophisticated. We were particularly out of line.
Did the system change while you were non-executive director in respect of your ability to report risks?
When I was a non-executive director, I would have been primarily interfacing with the risk practices and what we did as that board through the Audit and Risk Committee, our risk management, and to look at different areas of the control environment. As we've discussed, I would be giving reflectmentary to the shareholder team. They were then responsible for what was in the thing. So I wouldn't have seen those risk registers that they had after the 14th of March 2012 when I left the building.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Before CPs ask any, I have been musing about this debate that the board had about options B or C in terms of prosecution policy, all right? And clearly there was a difference of view about it. But in the discussions which did take place, is there any acknowledgement or discussion that in Scotland and Northern Ireland, nobody but for CPS could prosecute? And was that not considered as a material factor in Wales?
I do have a background recollection of that, but now that you say it, I don't know why it wasn't in that paper. I can't recall why. I just remember feeling myself uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, and I understand there was a difference of view, but and I'm not necessarily expecting that you would have known
No, I get
personally.
your point. I get your point.
But someone in that board would have known,
Yeah.
that in Scotland and Northern Ireland, the Procurator Fiscal or the CPS version in Belfast. Okay.
Thank you, sir. It's Mr. Steen.
Thank you. Ms. Storey, you describe a critical moment in the summer of 2013 when the board was deprived of the information it needed, and you see the time when the executive should have been at their most open with us. And you were talking about was the information that was within the Clark advice, that Gareth Jenkins had been acting as an expert witness and that he was, quote, tainted. On that issue, in your statement, you said that you didn't feel able to say whether the board was deliberately being kept in the dark by the executive. That's how you put it in your statement, not exactly those words, but broadly. An email that the inquiry's seen a few times to see if we can get any closer to an answer on that. So if we could look, please, at poll 2038. And this is the email which between Miss Venables and Miss Perkins about an unsafe witness. It dates from November 2013, and hopefully you've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Zoom in on the important words. If we could scroll down a little to my concern, the email begins between Miss Venables and Miss Perkins, or rather the paragraph with this. So there we are at the bottom. My concern, re Sparrow currently, is our unsafe witness. The representative from Fujitsu made statements about no bugs, which later could be seen to have been undermined by the SS report. We do not think it material, but it could be high pressure. So that actually very succinctly encapsulates what Mr. Clark enunciated much more fully in his advice. Would you have wanted to know about this unsafe witness to disclose the fact that he had made statements bugs? Would you have wanted to know about that?
Of course, of course.
Do you think that the board's discussion months leading up to November would have made it clear to Ms. Venables would want to know about that unsafe witness?
I do. I really tried to give a general sense that we were quite a difficult set of non-executive directors, and when something goes wrong, the times when you need to be absolutely as open as you can. And in my preparation for this inquiry, I've now seen a lot of documents that I didn't see at the time, and I would say even since I wrote my witness statement, my position on this issue has hardened.
Mm. And when you say hardened, can you tell us exactly what you mean by that?
In a number of things that I think were relative contextual information that add to the weight of the issues being significant, which were then not reported to us as significant. So an example that I was reading was that Shoesmiths did put written the 15th of May Department of Business Select Committee. They didn't appear at the hearing. Paula Venables and George Thompson appeared. He then met as a board the week later. That select committee is referenced. The select committee itself didn't pick up that issue in its own response, but it makes me think there was quite a lot of information which was important and relevant. Obviously, I'm applying hindsight. You know, I can't put myself in the shoes of those people, which is why I phrased it in the way I did in my statement.
Rosalind told us yesterday, and obviously on the same page as you in this respect, that the board did not know about the contents of the Clark advice, that he was told that there was a Fujitsu expert witness who could not, but that person could not be used anymore because they'd moved on or they had retired or some such. He wasn't given a name. The point, perhaps, is that he was given the impression that there was an innocuous reason for that witness not to be used anymore, and therefore the taint was him. And he thought that that was perhaps at some point in the latter half of 2013 told anything like that.
I do not. I heard what he said yesterday when I watched it last night. I don't recall that.
No.
Bear in mind that Neil, as a senior independent non-executive director, would have been in and around the business perhaps a bit more, so perhaps he had some...
And possibly also went to those board meetings, which you didn't in the latter half of 2013.
That's true, that's true.
That was, of course, at the same time or around the same time as the insurers were being informed and given the name. So again, coming back to this point, does this show that the board was actually being kept in the dark, as it were? But insurers were.
There was obviously a significant asymmetry of information between what we were getting, which you've seen, both the papers and the minutes, and what some other parties were aware of.
Right, can we look, please, at another email, poll 00294. This is just going back a little bit to the 1st of July telephone board meeting and afterwards. This is Paula Venables to Alice Perkins, 9:07 p.m, so on the day but afterwards. So I'm looking forward to catching up properly tomorrow. I thought the board were generous in their patience tonight over the SS discussion. It's helpful to know that they are supportive of the need to be robust. That said, I thought Alistair's intervention was good. It is why we haven't been complanded yet. We can discuss nuances and next steps tomorrow. What do you recall that would have led her to say that the board were supportive of the need to be robust?
I can't be sure because this is an email exchange between her and Alice. I am assuming, I'm just assuming, it could have related to the point she was making on that call about the need for factual accuracy. And obviously we were being told that day that this report went to the public domain, the executive were not happy with, they were concerned about accuracy, and they then went on to tell us about that. So it may be that she's referencing the need to be robust for second sight, about the need to be accurate and factual. But I can't be sure.
And do you think that the board was supportive of her view on that?
Yeah, I think the board heard what Paula said on that call. We absolutely wouldn't have wanted a document to go into the public domain that wasn't factually accurate, and we did trust the executive. We had no reason not to. So, yeah, there's no reason, I think, that this would be incorrect, what she's reporting as her view of what we... Sorry, that's not a great sentence.
No, understood. Then, sort of counterposed with that, she says, you know, that said, so in other words, on the other hand, I thought Alistair's intervention was good. It is why we haven't been completely heavy-handed yet. Does that make any sense?
I don't recall what specifically Alistair said. I wonder if it's to do with the interface with Second Sight, and, you know, it's plausible, isn't it, because it was a debate later that there was a concern about the scope and time their work was taking, the cost, the sort of desire to have some fixed parameters around it. So it maybe was a reference to that, and so Paula sort of implying that she might in due course need, in her words, to be heavy-handed with Second Sight, but I can't be sure.
All right, well, it carries on. I caught up with Susan this evening after we finished. She had finished her meeting with Second Sight. Presumably this is and was of the view that they do now understand the risk of being caught up in something bigger and more sensitive. She is hoping their report should be more balanced, should say they've found no evidence of systemic horizon computer issues, but will confirm processes and systems, and that Post Office has already identified and corrected a number of... I hope when they speak to James tomorrow that they will confirm all this. They will also want it's not finished and therefore still not conclusive. And then she says this, not a final position by any means, nor one that controls what they might say rather than write, but sounding slightly better. Did you, the business, were making efforts to control what was written by Second Sight?
Not in that way as described there. And it was an independent report, so no.
And then, particularly, she seems to be pleased, shall we say, or perhaps that's inferring too much, that Susan Crichton had told them about the risks, caught up in something bigger and more sensitive. I hope I'm not reading too much, but it's sort of an implied threat, isn't it? Did you know that the business involved in sort of warning?
No, I don't really know what that sentence means. I have to say that at the end of it, there's something bigger and more sensitive. I've obviously read this before today because I've seen it in the disclosure documents. I don't know what that's referring to.
No. So, again, perhaps some issues going on behind the scenes that the board were being kept in the dark about. And
Yes.
you're nodding.
Yes.
Just for the transcript.
Sorry, yes, I am nodding. I agree.
Can I also just have a look at this email, UKGI 3045624? This is between Richard Callard. If we scroll down a bit, the email that we can perhaps look Cooper in 2020, so considerably after the events we're looking at. And obviously, he's reporting back on a conversation he had with you, and people no doubt have their own slightly different recollections of conversations. So comment on various parts of this email. But there are a couple of these bullet points that I wanted to focus upon. It's about the whole Sparrow thing, as Richard Callard puts it. The second bullet says, she does remember it becoming an increasing thing after joining. Remembers Paula indicating that there was nothing much to see here. It's a small number of sub-postmasters a long time ago, assurance, etc. But then in the next bullet, Ned's and Alice increasingly worried at the seemingly slow pace of the exec's response, and Arbuthnot had started to fan the flames. The board felt this was that was fanning the flames and was becoming a populist cause. Is this if that's your conversation, where is this idea of mischief making a populist cause coming from?
Yeah, I only saw this email very recently. I didn't know. I did meet Richard Callard. I wanted to make sure he was getting the support he needed. I do recall having various conversations with him, including presumably one in March or April 2020. I didn't know he was taking notes. I didn't know he was recording it. And I can't say exactly where all of these things have come from. Obviously, what I've tried to do in a very open way is set out my recollections and my reflections in my witness statement, and that is after I've read all the documents. So at this point in 26 years after I left, I'm not sure how much reliance can be put on this.
In other words, are you saying that you don't believe that you said that there was mischief making or a populist cause?
I don't remember the. So it honestly is hard. It's hard to say.
Do you think that there was any propensity on the board to be predisposed in that direction, or was that steered towards by the executive?
I think from the beginning of our conversations as a board about what became the second site interim report, Alice was keenly aware in the way she portrayed it to us that series of issues that had been going on for a long time, that understandably James Arbuthnot, as was Sir Alan Bates, she wanted to get the work done, to look at it, and that's what's happened. That's my recollection.
The second site relationship over a slightly longer time frame and in terms. In 2012, the email can come down unless there's anything else you want to tell us about it while it's up there. No.
No.
In 2012, the chair and the CEO announced the second site review to the board as just a little bit of AOB, right? That's the first the board did.
Yeah, it was in the AOB part of the discussion. I don't think it was just a little bit, I wouldn't use exactly those words, but I understand, of course, the point you're making. It didn't come as a paper nor as a main agenda item.
History, nothing about past prosecutions, the reason why Second Sight had been called in effect, is people had been being prosecuted on the back of the Horizon evidence, and that there were multiple complaints to MPs about those prosecutions. Wasn't part of the history that you heard about.
At that May 2012 board meeting, no, it was nothing like the horrific extent of what I now understand.
It was understood at the time in the sense that a number of MPs had made complaints, a number of newspaper articles had been written. There was a growing groundswell of people complaining about Horizon that required this to happen. That wasn't made clear, was it?
In the May 2012, any other business discussion, no.
No. And so then, following that, each month, the chair draws up and she puts the significant litigation report below the line just for noting, not for discussion. And at the point where there's included as part of that, there's kind of a couple of lines on Second Sight in those significant litigation reports, but not for discussion.
Yes, I mean, you're right. The May 2012 board meeting was when Alice and Paula reported their meetings to us with James Arbuthnot. Then the Second Sight work started, as well as the significant litigation reports, which were in the papers every month and expanded over time in terms of their content. There were, from time to time, updates. For example, if one of Alice Perkins or Paula Venables had met Lord Arbuthnot or Sir Alan Bates, they might update on that. And I think from time to time the board said, what's happened on that work? So there was a bit of to and fro, but nothing like the, as you'll see, from the 1st of July 2013 until I left the board in 2014.
And indeed, in May 2013, the board did actually ask for a formal update,
That's right.
which you did not receive.
We did not. The next sort of thing we got, which is why, as I've discussed, there was irritation, was this 1st of July
Exactly, when you were blindsided.
Yeah.
So you had asked in May for a proper update. You then get nothing until you're blindsided and told that there's an urgent need to deal with a report that's about to be presented to Parliament. So, in effect, over that whole first year, the board is not substantive Second Sight. And indeed, managed in a way that everything about it is put sort of below the line. Everything in the papers, at least, is put below the line just for noting, I think, for a proper discussion.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I know now from the papers I've read that there was quite a lot of to and fro between the company and Second Sight in the months that led up to the interim report, but we were really getting very little colour on that. And as you say, the written you're receiving were more as a sort of risk update, and as there are these situations, but not presented to us in the way that we then to understand them.
And then we get to the July 2013 board. And in the background to just a few more questions, and I don't have many more, it's just worth bearing in mind this, that the July board is a missed opportunity arising from the fact that Miss Crichton was not presenting her own paper because she had received the clerk advice. She knew much more than the board did about past and present prosecutions. That she did not present her paper and become subject to questions from the board means that her knowledge of the clerk advice stood no chance of being revealed to the board. And Miss Perkins gave an account to this inquiry about wanting the board to present her paper. Abir asked her, why is none of that reflected in the board minutes? And after a few false starts, her answer was, I don't know the answer to that question. Experience of the minute-taking at Poll, that important discussions were not reflected in the minutes.
My recollection was that Alwyn Lyons was diligent company secretary, the nature of minutes from any other meeting often doesn't give the reader all of the to and fro and who said what, and might not include somebody having been expected to present a paper and then not. So I don't think that in itself was unusual. I appreciate how frustrating it is now, and you know, for me as a reader trying to jog my, I think we all wish there was a lot more colour on this issue. But
no, of course minutes don't reflect everything. But would you have experienced a case where there's a discussion about something significant to appear in the minutes?
I mean, I can't think of examples of that now, looking back. If we were contemporaneous, I'm sure it would be much illustration of that.
Nothing sticks in your mind about it?
No.
All right, fine. Is that it, Ms. Page?
Just very briefly, if I may, sir, in your time on was Miss Perkins somebody that you would have to be capable of leading and controlling board discussions?
Alice's experience of board interfaces, because part of her day job was coaching people, and my experience was she took this role really very seriously. She was very committed to it, and I think wanted to make sure there was a good discussion of all of the issues across these difficult areas. I think about things, they would say them anyway. She probably was quite good at sometimes drawing a conversation, asking us to pick it up offline. So I think she was...
The July board kicked off in any way?
Kicked off is not a sort of expression I would particularly use, but I mean, as we've discussed today, and as I think the minutes reflect, it was an uncomfortable board, and we had a discussion before the board, just the Neds who were there. Neil was not there that day, but for the Neds and the chair, was difficult. Kicked off slightly implies uncontrollable. I wouldn't say
it wasn't uncontrollable, it was controlled, in effect.
Controlled in the sense of orderly, to my memory, in the sense of...
Steered, no, not steered,
yeah.
but in the sense that at no stage did Miss Perkins actually lose control of what was being said in the meeting.
I recall that. She's quite a calm person. I don't recall that.
No, thank you.
Mr. Steen.
To say I've got a clear hour. So I think I'll be about 15.
Tempting as I would have to.
I think about 15 minutes, if that suits both the panel and... Yes, it does. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Well, I'll be rigorous, Ms. Page, and hold Mr. Steen to 15 minutes. So I'll look at Mr. Page's watch now. Off we go.
The time is on, Ms. Storey. Ms. Storey, I represent a large group of sub-postmasters, also people working in branches, at the small branches that you're familiar with right up and down the country. Can I just take you to two passages in your statement to start off with, please? There are parts of the statement whereby you refer to being reassured about the system, the Horizon system. So paragraph 17 of your statement. So I'd like it on the screen, please. So paragraph 17, but it's actually at page 8 of the statement. And it's the last, I suppose, few lines of that paragraph. So if we go to page 8, and we look at that top paragraph, I'm very grateful. That's ideal. Thank you very much. So if you look above paragraph 18, the bit I'm after is just above there. And what you're talking about there is that you're talking about Paul had full confidence in the Horizon system. The system had been rigorously full confidence in the accuracy and robustness of the system was shared by the NFSP. As I explained below, this was the consistent position adopted by the company in relation to Horizon on the board. Which appear, and the bit that I need is paragraph 21 at page 10 now, please. So paragraph 21, page 10, and again, the last few lines of paragraph 21. So very similar there. I referred above to the poll statement circulated November 2011, then relativity reference, expressing full confidence in the accuracy and robustness of the system. And I do not recall hearing or reading anything that was consistent with those assertions. So we can see from your statement that at two occasions you're referring to what you understood the position to be, having been informed by the Post Office, the system works fine.
Yeah.
Now, we then get, in terms of the order of things, we get a reference within your statement to another document I'd like to refer to, please, which is an SLR of UKGI 000-18251. So UKGI 000-18251. Now, this may appear as a copy that we're about to look at, but we'll make our way through it. Yeah. I've got, my screen is quite small. If that could be expanded slightly, I'd be very grateful if it's possible. Yes. If we just work our way down. Right, now, if we hold, so the SLR is referring, as you can see there, to the right-hand side of privileged and confidential, claims over 500,000 or those. And then if we look at file name Horizon Claims, and then reference to case holder, we then see a name that's very familiar to this inquiry, Rod Ismay of Pole. Now, inquiry, you've been following the inquiry clearly.
I have.
He wrote a whitewash report, 2010, saying essentially no. Okay.
The Ismay report that I think David Smith had asked him to produce.
Yes. And if we then have a look then at what is going on, we see a reference. I know it's very faded and slightly hard to see.
It's okay.
Okay, great. Look at the middle column under description. We've got a reference to shoesmiths. Under the fourth paragraph, shoesmiths assert that they have consulted on a further 85, all likely to raise similar legal issues. And if you go up above that one, the third one, if you look the yellow line trick above to the each alleges wrongful termination, thank you. Each alleges wrongful termination of contract based upon A, alleged defects in Pole's internal processes, and B, alleged defects with Horizon, okay? Then we'll move across, again, next inquiry, Mr. Darlington is talking about his position, a claim rejected on the basis that the SPMR admitted to what was a false accounting, and then response in relation to an update as to the position. Okay. So we see that there are shoesmiths setting out the fact that they've got 85 clients here, all setting out, this is the summary of the situation, which is they're all saying there are problems within the system. Now, you refer to this document, paragraph 66 of your statement. That's at page 32, paragraph 66. And I want you to help us with what you mean by some of the terms that you're using. So if we can now go to paragraph 66 of your statement. So this is sent to you, this document, you refer to this as being a part of the board meeting. Now, it might be said that as it's your first board meeting, you may have read the lot rather than having an ability to sift, but let's see how we go. The SLR, the one we just referred to, appears to have been included within the board papers, but below the line for noting, i.e. not for discussion by or at the board. As I've explained, the board papers would include papers that were intended to form the basis of discussion by the board and papers which we were requested to note for information but not usually discussed. Help us translate the corporate. When you're saying appears to have been included within the board papers but below the line and for noting only, i.e. not for discussion by or at the board, what does that mean? Below the line, nobody reads it, or people are expected to read it and raise something if they think about it? Help us.
Yeah, so what I mean by that is that the board agenda would set out each of the items that were going to be discussed at the board. Each one would have a timed. That would basically take up the bulk of the day if a board meeting went from 9 till 4. And then just at the end of the day, in my experience of the post office with these, there were items that were not being raised to the board for discussion, which means you needed to read it and agree that you had noted it. And that was the nature of these significant litigation reports.
Shoesmith is saying they've got 90 people all saying the problems with the Horizon system. Was that some tension in terms of you thinking about it and saying, hang on, that's a heck of a lot of people? Did it come to your attention in that way?
Don't recall it coming to my attention in that way at that board meeting. And, you know, that's one of the things, obviously, that I've said I regret. My reflection is, and I understand why, you know, from your position, this will sound odd, but in the shoes that I was in, we were getting quite strong assurances that this system is robust, nothing to see here. So I think I was trusting what the execs were saying, but I take
All
your
right, well,
point.
let's keep on going. You're talking about shoes. I'm going to talk about shoesmiths a bit more.
Yes.
POL 0014. POL 00141382. Now, you go away on maternity leave. I have this from your statement. It's 2000. Is it March 2012 to March?
No, I had the baby in March 2013, and I started in March 2012, and I started on the board in April 2012.
I've noted it from your statement. So I'm not sure whether you are around at the time of this particular document. We go to the end of the document, I think it's July of 2012. But let's have a look through. I want to go to particular paragraphs. Paragraph 2 to start off with. It's a very good summary of the situation. Paragraph this, because I've got a clock ticking. Access Legal from Shoesmiths, national firm, contacted by 100 SPM. So you see the same numbers. Numbers, in fact, are going up by this point. They suffered losses. Those losses can't be explained. They've been subject to disciplinary measures. Their staff have not stolen any money. Horizon Systems at fault. They say that the Post Office requires them to use it. They claim, for the last 3 lines, they claim there has been no real investigation by Poll as to the cause of the losses that have appeared. So SPM are expected to pay it back regardless of how it was caused. Can we go to paragraphs 11 and 12 together? They appear, I think, close to each other. Paragraph 11, Poll will ask an SPM to pay all losses. I've used this document before in another context, so I'm just going to go to a slightly different part to assist the inquiry. Last line of paragraph 11 says, it is far from clear is a loss in a sub-post office that Poll have actually lost any money. So it's far from clear as to whether any money has ever gone missing. And then 12, again, some must not repaid, Poll will prosecute the SPM for false accounting. And then people are being advised to plead guilty to false accounting in the circumstances. Benny will be charged with theft or fraud, but these charges are typically dropped. And SPMs have been accounting. These are serious and quite complex issues that are being raised. And lastly, 14 and 16. Right, 14, the contract's old, this is what it's saying. It goes back to 1994, it's no good for a digital system. That's what 14 is saying. And then 16, just finishing, faults with Horizon, loads of ways this is saying there could be problems in the Horizon. System error, human errors, faults with cross-system communications, electrical faults. Doesn't matter, it goes on to say, how they're occurring, it's happening. So you've got complicated, detailed submissions being made by Shoesmiths in relation to the network transformation consultation, saying, look, there are real problems, lots of people we've got all having. Now, first question, it relates to this. If I'm right in thinking about the timing of when you were away, was this brought to your attention, if I've got the timing right, when you came back from maternity leave, or are you in any way familiar with this document at the time?
So just firstly, I never was away on my maternity leave, so I had the baby and then started on the board.
Okay.
So I was on the board when I was on my maternity leave. So that
Are you familiar with this
doesn't
document?
matter. This document now, it's a written submission, as you're saying, to the Department of Business. The hearing was in May 2012 and it was on network transformation. Shoesmiths made this submission. It was a written submission. It's in the papers. Paula Venables appeared at that hearing I was referring to earlier. She appeared on the 15th of May. And
At the time of these sorts of matters, around this period of time, forgive me for summarising your position, were you familiar with what was going on in these submissions?
I had not seen this submission, no.
Okay.
But the point I was making before was when we were given the update, for example, the select committee that the chief executive had just appeared at, this particular submission wasn't have been extremely important to see at the time.
Because one of the simple ways through this would in fact have been somebody on the board, or Ms Venables, somebody to start speaking to the sub-postmasters. Because rapidly what would have happened would that would have resulted in being told, look, every time we phone up the damn helpline, hey, because of the contracts.
I appreciate that.
And that's masking people making complaints about the system. They keep on telling us to pay. And I'm trying to say, look, there's a problem.
I appreciate that.
If that had been looked into.
Yeah, and also the parliamentary committee didn't pick up this issue. I think in the hearing, Caroline Dinage MP asked one question, which George Thompson took, but it wasn't even referred to in the committee's.
No, we have a slight problem with parliamentary privilege, right? So therefore...
Anyway,
I'm going to
just
finish.
on this, can I... There was no attempt by the Post Office executives to bring this sort of detail, however it came into being, but there's no attempt to bring this sort of detail to the board.
No.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
We then questions about this by Mr. Blake, and some of them have been then looked at again afterwards. So just to finish, you get to the stage whereby you're aware of the contents of the second sight interim report. Okay.
Yes.
Now we don't need to go to it. One of the most significant things about that report is saying that there's bugs in the system. A couple of bugs. One, which is network mismatch bug, could really cause problems. Okay? So let's go back to where I started with my questions. You're being told, systems, no problems with it, and then later on, 213, you're told that there are bugs. Right. Did Ms. Venables, at this juncture, when you get the second sight report and the discussion, did she say to the board, or you individually, one of the things that's really peculiar about this is that I've been reassured there are no bugs in the system, and then, quite surprisingly, or perhaps using other words, I've now learnt through and details before that there are bugs in the system. And we really ought to look into this as to what's before. Did she ever say something like that? Because I might feel a bit misled in that situation if I...
No, she...
Right.
Not in...
And what about you and the other people on the board? You're in a similar position. You agree with Ms. Page and Mr. Blake that you feel as though the board was left in a bit of a vacuum on information. But the one thing is no bugs in the system. And yet in 2013, you're told about bugs that will affect branch accounts. Did you ever get, or was there any discussion at the board? Why on earth have we been told that there were no bugs in the system? Who's been making this? What's going on? Did you ever get to that? Because as an example, Mr. Ismay, who I referred to right at the beginning, he learnt in 2011 about the mismatch bug. It's been going for years. The Post Office has known about these things.
Yeah, I can't speak to the sort of pre-2012 period, although obviously I know that when I started on that board, we had none of the long history from the Royal Mail Group. We were not getting any concerns, any material concerns from internal or external audit. To your point, when it came to the second sight interim report, it did flag those issues from the spot reviews very clearly. It also said there were no systemic issues. It also flagged some serious concerns that we need. At the time in 2013, those were the steps that we thought we would...
Interrupting. Again, I'm slightly thinking about the seconds ticking, but...
They've ticked, but carry...
But did you think to yourself, or the board think to itself, well, hang on, we ought to look into why we've been reassured about something that ain't true?
Well, I think at the time, we did have various elements of discontent that we expressed to the... And we set about a series of actions that we felt we could control to try things.
That one?
Well, I think the answer to the question is that you didn't inquire, as Mr. Steen suggested you should. What you did, by the look of it, is to accept the explanation you were given, namely there had been 2 bugs, but they've been cured. That's what happened, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we took what the executive were clear about their view at that point in July 2013, is to think anything different, and then we started to take a series of steps, and then, as I said earlier to Mr. Blake, part of the point, from my perspective, of the Deloitte report was to try and get under the skin of the IT.
Outward face, then the question of it doesn't matter who's prosecuting, whether it's the CPS in Northern Ireland, whether it's Procurator Fiscal in Scotland, whether it's Post Office in England. We know that prosecutions referred to Miss Falcon, who was prosecuted at the beginning of 2015 using data from the Horizon system. Prosecutions continued using Horizon data. Didn't the board say to itself, well, hang on, well, haven't we got to make sure that what on earth is going on with this? If there's bugs in the system like being set out in that report. We, the board, have to be responsible for making sure that we stop it right now.
Well, I can only speak to the board until I step down in 2014.
Well, I think that's really a speech, not a question.
It
So I
is.
think we'll call it there. Call it a day there, Mr. Steen.
Thanks, sir.
Thank
Thank you. So those are all the questions for Ms. Storey.
Right. Now, we're not quite at the end of this afternoon session because Mr. Beer wants to make... But that does conclude your evidence, Ms. Storey. So you're very welcome to sit there and listen to Mr. Beer for a couple of minutes, or you can disappear as you prefer. But for certain, I'd like to thank you for making your, which is a very detailed one, and for asking questions for the greater part of today. So thank you very much. And if you'd like to leave, now's your chance. Otherwise, Mr.
I won't take offence at all.
No.
So as we've come to the end of phases,
Well, is that true?
at least the principal part of the evidence taking, the phases 5 and 6, I thought it might assist to firstly draw the threads together to an extent of the evidence that you've heard. Secondly, to read some statements into those statements received in the course of this phase, these phases, but which relate to other phases of the inquiry, phases 2, 3 and 4. Something quite short about the independent surveys that are being conducted of the inquiry. So firstly, the evidence heard in phases 5 and over the course of 16 weeks, you've heard evidence from people at the highest level within the Post Office and government, paying careful attention to the 3 questions which run through every stage of this inquiry: who knew what and when. Since April of this year, you have heard oral evidences. You will hear evidence from a small number of witnesses on phase 5 and 6 issues in the course of phase 7. Their evidence could not be taken during the course of the last 16 weeks for one reason or another. As in other phases of the inquiry, the oral evidence that you have heard is not the entirety of the evidence that you will be considering. Aside from the huge volume of documentary evidence, statements of witnesses who will be read into the record. I'm not going to do that now for phases 5 and 6, i.e. phase 5 and 6 witnesses, in the course of phase 7, when all or nearly all of the phase 5 and 6 written evidence is available to the inquiry. Owing to the scale of phases 5 and 6, your inquiry team will continue to seek evidence throughout August, and further evidence will be disclosed to core participants and then to the public in due course. Reading in of statements from phases 2, 3 and 4. Today, the inquiry will be publishing statements from witnesses 2, 3 and 4 issues. Those statements will be admitted into evidence and treated as having been read into the record. The witness statements will be uploaded to the website. The witnesses who fall into those categories are presentation that I'd ask to be displayed. INQ 402022. And if we look at page 2, please. The names of the witnesses that are going to be read into the record by the act of displaying this document are listed on the left-hand side. There are 7 witnesses and 8 statements, because Mr. Folkes has got 2 statements relating to phase 2 issues and laid in the right-hand column. Over the page, please, to phase 3. On this page and the next, there are 11 witnesses, Mr. Folkes being the first of them, his 4th witness statement in relation to phase 3 issues. Names listed on the left, URNs, which I'm not going to read out, on the right. And over the page, please. That's the balance of the phase 3 witnesses. And then last page, please. There are 4 witnesses who give evidence about phase 4 issues, names on the left, URNs on the right. That can come down. The jury so far has covered a period of over 20 years. It's heard evidence through oral witnesses from 267 we have published the written evidence from a further 229, those listed on that PowerPoint presentation. Your inquiry has disclosed to core participants almost 250,000 documents, totaling just under 2 million pages of evidence. I'm told for those wishing to visualise, backed up, it would be the length of 2 football pitches. Can we turn lastly then to phase 7 of the inquiry? As we move to the phase of oral evidence, the inquiry will turn its focus to the current practice and the current procedures within the Post Office and within government in relation to the Post Office. Phase 7 will include evidence from current and former and executives within the Post Office and government. We will also return to looking at the effectiveness of the compensation schemes and the redress schemes, building on your interim report published last year. Phase has been going on in the background for many months now. Those following the inquiry will be aware that you have commissioned independent research and data analytics from a firm called YouGov, in particular to conduct 2 surveys to gather views from all current sub-postmasters and all applicants to the Horizon Shortfall Scheme. Those 2 surveys are ongoing. They're live at the moment to you and for others. I understand that so far over 2,000 have either started to complete or have completed and returned the survey. We're surveying 16,000 people, so that is a response rate of around 12, which I'm told is a promising start at this point of a research project. So that's all from me today. I would like to end by encouraging everyone who has received a link to these surveys to complete them. From the inquiry's perspective, that we enter phase 7 with as about the current position as is possible. Thank you, sir.
Well, those who have had the grave following what I do will know that I'm not very keen on repetition, but on this occasion I do wish to repeat the appeal which Mr. made for continued participation in the 2 surveys. I'm obviously heartened by what he's had to say about the number of participants to date, but it is crucial that I get as full a response as to these surveys, because we have looked long, but now I'm coming up to date, so to speak, and I want to know both in terms of sub-postmasters' reactions regime, survey number 1, and postmasters' reactions to the compensation scheme HSS. I think I am now brave enough to say that I have stretched my terms of reference on compensation to and perhaps beyond breaking point. It's something I am very keen to say as much about as I reasonably can. So I need as much help as possible from those who are claiming compensation in order to make about what has happened and whether it lives up to the mantra of being full and fair. I want to stress that the surveys are not connected. I said that, I think, some weeks ago when they were first introduced. But I want to stress that because I can't help but think that there will be lurking in people's minds. Do we really want to get involved with this? Is the know-how behind it? The Post Office is not. This is for the benefit of the inquiry. And so if you find it difficult to speak about you still face, you people out there whom I am addressing, please be assured that these surveys are for the benefit of the inquiry and therefore ultimately for the benefit of me writing a sensible report about what it will contain. Let me just say something about phase 7. I think, in fact, I'm 95% sure that this will begin in the week commencing 3rd of September. There are significant issues to examine. I don't want to rush it. So what I expect is that hearings will run into November. Quite how November we'll have to see, because I have decided that you all deserve a phase 7, so that there won't be sittings in the last week of October and the first week in November, i.e. the potential half-term weeks when people may want to take a break. A witness timetable for the published as soon as we can reasonably do that. Will be left after the phase 7 evidence is closing submissions. And I want to tell you what I have in mind. I'm telling you this now so that if anybody violently objects, they'll have a chance to register their objection. What I want is that the substance of closing submissions are in writing. I don't want anyone to get the impression that I'm going to sit here or on screen for a number of weeks listening to oral submissions, because I'm not. What I will allow are reasonably short so that the advocates can demonstrate their oratorical skills and treat me as if I'm a jury in the Old Bailey, even though I'm not. Allow there to be some human impact to those oral submissions. So I would expect that oral submissions will last for, say, up to 2 days, but the bulk of it has to be done in writing, not least because that's the ability to digest what is being said. And with a fair, all that will be completed for all you to go off and enjoy your Christmas, and for me to think, oh my goodness, what comes next? Can I thank you all for participating as you have done in this phase of the inquiry? Mr. Beer, with his usual statement, has reduced 66 witnesses, and goodness knows how many documents he mentioned, as if it was an everyday occurrence. With the cooperation of all of you, we have got through an enormous in a very short period of time. And for that, I am for every single person who participates in this inquiry. Use my team up to the sky is the limit, but all you, looking past Mr. Beard, because Mr. Chapman hides in the corner there and I can never see, CP in this room deserves credit together with their legal team facilitating my work. So thank you all very much. I'm going to retreat back to Wales shortly and escape the heat, but I'll see you again in the autumn.
Thanks, sir.
Right, there we are.